You're streaming.
You're streaming.
No issues.
And I'll go ahead and mute the mic.
Yep. You just gotta remember to unmute it.
Yeah.
I figure we'll probably have multiple people that don't.
This here. So sit up there. So if I mute this,
Yeah.
or you should be able to mute it.
So if I mute it here,
So go ahead and mute the, this one. Janelle,
good.
did you mute me? No. So go ahead and mute it again. So you can mute it there, but you still have to come over here to unmute it.
Okay. Well, that's less steps.
So that way you can physically see it there versus the
Right.
light.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I will go ahead and mute it.
Thank you, sir.
Check. Hello? Check.
I usually actually, I have the meeting open on my phone, usually on YouTube. And I have it
No.
so I can hear. Oh,
Oh, I forgot, it's 30 seconds to live.
okay.
Check.
If there's ever federal money involved in projects, whoever is proposing it has to go through a federal process, which involves a state review as well as reaching out to consultant parties. And since we're a local government, we're considered reach out to us, to be like, oh, we're putting a 5G antenna down the street. Is this, appropriate thing, or is this going to be an adverse effect?
Yeah, it would be interesting. Maybe to see, especially on my end of the block. You know, most of these houses are just shows that are done. Yeah. Yeah. And virtually all of them have videos.
Yours wasn't lucky enough. testing the technology, so we should be good, because I've been having Outlook issues and phone issues, and we don't need any of that.
Sound is.
So I call to order the July 13th Victorian Village hearing. Our next business meeting will be Wednesday, July 27th, 2022, at 12 noon at 111 North Front Street, second floor, room 204. Our next hearing will be Wednesday, August 10th, 2022, 4 p.m. At 111 North Front Street, second floor, room 204. I want to swear in staff. We'll go ahead and state your name for the record.
Kimberly Bernard Sheehy, Deputy Preservation Planner.
Do you agree to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and introduce commissioners present. Go ahead and start on your side, Jeff.
Jeffrey Issa, Reed Sprite,
Tim Skinner.
Sean Conyers. All right. And you want to offer any overview of the hearing format or any of our City of Columbus guidance?
So a quick overview on the hearing format. City staff will present the application. The applicant and her owners will be sworn in and asked to present any additional materials if needed. If there are any registered speakers, they will then be sworn in and provided 3 minutes to speak each, and then the commissioners will discuss the case and ask questions if needed.
Thank you. You want to proceed with the approval of the staff approvals, and then if there's any abstentions, then, as you're walking through that
Okay.
listing, perfect.
Sounds good.
All right. You want to do that first, or you want us to motion first?
Let's do the motion first and then go through the abstentions.
Could I have a motion to approve the staff approvals?
Motion to approve staff approvals.
second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed. Thank you, Kimberly. I'll let you go ahead with your listing.
All right, if you want to follow along, staff approved applications start on page 8, starting with 1189 Hunter Avenue. 341 to 343 Wilbur Avenue. 336 to 338 West Hubbard Avenue. 322 West Hubbard Avenue. 325 Tappan Street. 326 Wilbur Avenue. 308 West Second Avenue. 178 Buttles Avenue. 64 to 66 West Star Avenue. 76 West Second, or 76 West Second Avenue, and that is all the staff approvals.
Didn't see like there was any abstentions, so. That approval of the meeting minutes from last month. Those were from the June 8th hearing.
Motion to approve June 8th meeting minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion at all on the meeting minutes? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed. So I think we're all set.
All right, we will start with application number 1, which is 1133 Highland Street. If the applicant is here, you can go ahead and come up as a meeting is off. So this application is to install a 20-foot long by 12-foot wide in-ground pool. This will have low voltage pool lights. The pool coping will be the bullnose tackle block and onyx black. Commissioners at the business meeting wanted confirmation of a nearby variance. The applicant, good gosh, starting from here. The applicant has not been notified of any variances, but there was a question about the septic, which has already been resolved. During the business meeting, commissioners requested to review the full intent of the final design with the proposed deck, if that would be included in the future. Roof pools have previously been approved and there is precedent in the neighborhood. HPO staff would support reviewing the deck and or landscaping separately. The applicant has been in contact with the building department and no variances have been identified. The current final design has a natural grass slip surrounding the pool and will not be installing a deck or the platform. Staff recommends approval of the application as submitted with any and all clarifications to be submitted to HPM staff for review and approval prior to issuance of certificate. Basis for staff recommendation are City Code 3116.13, the standards for site improvement, City Code 3116 2016.11, the standards for alteration, specifically 1, 2, 3, 5, and 9, as well as the Victorian Village Guidelines on fences and yards.
Can I get you sworn in? So could you state your name?
Sure, it's Shannon Magana with Omni Pools and Skates.
Okay. Do you agree to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Anything to add to the presentation or?
No, I did send you some photos of the proposed without the deck, and I didn't know if you guys had a chance to review those. I believe I have them with me. If you guys want to just take a look. The homeowner may choose to do decking at a future time, but that's not something that's readily in within their budget and their project desires at this time. So I did have some photos. I don't know if you received those.
Are those just examples?
Yeah, these are kind of the end result of what they would be looking for without that decking, just with the coping around the pool.
Just in the, floating in the lawn.
Yeah.
Okay.
At this time, if they choose to do a patio in the future, obviously they would come before you guys with that.
Okay.
Thank you. Any concerns, other questions?
Nope. Not for me.
I'm good.
Okay. Can I have a vote, please? Or can I have
Let's
a?
make a motion for, application, 07-011 1133 Highland Street as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? No. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is passed. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good luck.
Application number 2 is 77 to 79 West Public Avenue. Do we have the applicant present?
Okay, so number 2.
Yes, so since I'm not seeing anybody, they can move forward. We are going to skip this and come back to it later. That way we can keep the hearing moving. So application number 3 then, which is 60 West Lincoln Avenue. The applicant is at the country at the moment and has given me the okay that we can proceed without her present. So this application is to replace a single-story third-floor window with a pellet lifestyle window, and that is not a window on the approved list. The commission at the business meeting requested product information for the pellet and Purview windows so that they can compare the two models. Staff did add that and I did have it, so that was an oversight on my part, which I apologize for. That was not the applicant. Staff recommends approval of the application with the condition that the window is chosen off of the approved list in coordination with the Victorian HOA if the pellet and Purvia is not available. Basis for recommendation is City Code 3116.11, these standards for alteration, specifically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we do not have an applicant to swear in, so we'll skip that step.
Understandable. So just from your staff report, just one clarification. So since this one, the impervious window is not available, so this will just be one-off, just based upon that condition,
Yes, that would be just the single.
just a single window.
So if we approve it, they just need to pick one off the list. Is that what they're?
Well, they're proposing one that's not on the list. And if we were to, approve it based on, one from the list, we would need the applicant here. So the best bet, since she isn't present, might be to continue it with some feedback of how you would encourage her to proceed, if you would support doing the lifestyle window, or if it would be better to check again on the Purvia or do another one for the approved list.
My choice is to go back because there's a lot of windows in this place and I want to hear what the association says.
Right. Yeah.
Instead of taking a left on this.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was just making sure that I was reading the text right and correctly. But it seems like the impervia was what was established as the basis for the HOA.
Yes,
And then right now, just given the conditions and lead time issues, then something else is being proposed, or something else has to be determined, but it should be determined off the approved list. And then that's gonna have to go back to the HOA and say, hey, this is comparable for this issue. Okay,
Because I'm surprised they're a pretty tight HOA
completely.
to do any of their work.
Exactly. Okay, so since the homeowner's not, well, I guess the feedback is, well, it seems, are we in alignment that what staff has recommended would be the next steps. And then that means the homeowner would come back and work with you to identify that.
And so we could do it as the, conversely, the approval that it worked with me to choose something. But I just want to make sure that we have it on record, if you do support or not support that lifestyle window, because that makes it clear. If you say specifically, no, we do not, support it, we would not entertain it being in there.
It seems like the first step would, I mean, just for consistency, is going back to the approved list and finding a comparable. Or finding a product off the approved list.
So are you asking us to throw this forward and deny it, so this window can't be in it, and then you come back and say,
I would prefer it, and I'm sorry, this doesn't have the guard, so I'm popping the peas in here and it's driving me batty. If you were to approve it, we want to avoid a denial, especially when an applicant isn't here. I feel like they don't have, any grounds to defend themselves.
For sure.
It's a little awkward.
so we just continue it and
Yeah,
say
continue it,
With some guidance.
yes,
from your office?
yeah, or you could,
Or,
Well, do we want to give the guidance that the lifestyle window is not gonna work?
I don't care what you say, it's just the window won't work, you gotta pick one from the list.
That-
And
So
make
that's,
sure your HOA
that's
is on the same page.
right, yeah.
So the feedback is enough for them to
Yep.
be able to proceed, and then we would now continue
yes.
that.
Yeah, and, if they did come back with something from the improved windows list, I'd update this in the kind of continued area and probably at the business meeting. Recommended as something we could take off. It's just,
That's right,
I
yeah.
can't staff for continued items just based on their placement because things
Okay.
get weird, but I can let you know that,
That's understandable.
I think things are complete, we can move forward, so I will get back to her with that.
I think to Jeff's point though, in terms of, that HOA is pretty strong, that it would be great to just have a letter or something like that. By the
We'd have
time
to
it
go
came
through
back
this
to
process.
us, you know what I mean? With that, whatever alternate that was proposed back to the HOA and their approval.
So
that
I
would be
can put
helpful.
that caveat in there that,
Okay,
that's required before it's scheduled again.
I think that'd be helpful, just so we know that that step has been made.
Right.
Okay,
That's what we require when the Victorian gate residents replace their windows. We need to see that the HOA has signed
That's-
off on that, so they
that's
know.
what I recall. Okay, very helpful. Good dialogue. So with that, is there a motion to continue?
Motion to continue?
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed. Thank you, Kimberly, for walking us through that.
You're welcome. Sorry I made that about as clear as mud.
No, it's just good to be able to, in their absence, be able to move it forward to help them. So, very helpful.
All right, we'll continue on to number 4, which is 951 Delaware Avenue. This is to remove a tree at the southwest corner of the property. The tree is leaning and poses damage to the wrought iron fence on the east side of the property. Commissioners at the business meeting requested a site plan to know where the replacement trees would be located. They also wanted to know size and species. Commissioners determined an arborist report was not needed based on the condition of the tree with the submitted photos. Staff does recommend approval of the application with the condition that the scale and measured site plan and information regarding the replacement trees is provided to HBO staff prior to issuance of the certificate. Basis for recommendation is City Code 3116A, the standards for site improvement, specifically A, as well as City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration, specifically 1, 2, 3, 5, and 9, as well as the Victorian Village guidelines on fences and yards.
Can
You
I,
know about-
Yep.
Go right ahead.
Could you get sworn in, sir? Can you state your
Sure.
name for the record? Can you state your name for the record?
Doug Anderson.
Perfect. You agree to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. So my name is Doug Anderson. I bought this property, I believe I closed at the very end of April and I took possession in May. It's the first property I've owned outside my own house. And it's property that my son that is just graduating from college and is moving back to Columbus is moving into. And so this tree, is leaning against the wrought iron fence. I think it's eventually the fence is going to go down if the tree isn't removed. And my concern is that it's a nice fence and I'd like to keep it. When I submitted the application, the other thing I would say, there's a variety of things that need to be fixed in this property. And so I'm committed to do that, including the front street sidewalk, which is brick. I would like to do that. I need to go through a process to get that approved. But with regard to the side yard, when I heard that the commission was interested in having a replacement tree, which I'm totally willing to do. I reached out to landscape firms to try and get them to come out and do a landscape plan for this side yard. And I contacted probably 6 or 7, and most of them said to me, we're not doing landscape plans at this time because we're busy. And also, this lot it's 17 feet wide by 30, and I think they're looking for bigger projects than mine. And so there are a couple who put me in the list, including, for example, Oakland Nursery. And as soon as I get a landscape design plan, I will plant either 1 or 2 trees in the side yard. I just don't want to pick a tree out and tell you I'm putting in a tree. I think it needs to be right for the size of the side yard because it's 17 feet wide. And if you look on the other side of this little fence, there's just a little kind of, patio, and then there's another house. So I want to put in a tree that is correct for the dimensions in accordance with a landscape plan, which I'm committed to get as soon as I can get a landscape around. My concern is, I think, between the time that happens and I go through the approvals, that I'm worried about this fence. And so my request is, can I take down this tree to save the fence? I will get a landscape design. I will put either 1 or 2 trees up here that is appropriate for the site in connection with the landscape design. So that would be my request for the commission today.
Thank you, sir. Awesome. So any other feedback or questions on this?
So let's roll our tape back.
Yeah.
How does this compare to Neil Avenue? I think it's one and the same, quite frankly.
I don't know if I
So-
agree.
Condition is different.
I think the tree condition is different here. There's at least what's been provided, the photo evidence
As meaning in health or?
Yes.
of not only the lean of the tree in terms of where that lean is occurring, but also you can see some evidence on the bark of the tree of poor health and I just didn't see that with the other submission. That was
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
condition with the leader looked like it was okay. It's just the upper branches were leaning out over a much bigger tree as well. So I think, and I appreciate that comment, but that to me, that's the big difference here.
Okay. That's all I need
No.
to hear.
Great question.
Yep.
Great question from that perspective. So we definitely want to be consistent. So, okay. Any other dialogue at all? So the thought is this a motion that would include the condition of a stamped and scale or scaled, I should say, site plan with the indication of the tree location, that landscape plan to be back to HBO staff for review.
And do we want to put a dimension? He's not gonna,
Kind of a
Plant,
caliber of the tree.
yeah.
Do you want to guide with a certain caliber size?
Yeah.
And would the commission be open to something like scaled and measured in terms of like the auditor's site plan with some like estimation points? Because it does sound from our applicant's testimony that it will be some time before he provides that scaled and measured drawing to me, and he's worried about the
Yeah.
tree and fence.
no, I'm fine with them coming back whenever they get the information. And it could even be just go through your office. It really doesn't have to go through us, but it's not a 1/2-inch tree that's attached to a pole. It's a tree.
And you could argue that 1/2-inch tree attached to a pole is still a tree.
I know.
Do you want something like that
That's
is a little bit bigger of a tree stand?
I don't know what these dimensions are. on the tree.
That's a tough one to kind of dictate because it depends on, if it's an ornamental tree of some sort, we're talking height, not caliber. If it's a bigger tree, talk calibers. I don't want to put those
Okay.
restrictions, but I think a size reasonable and appropriate for the site is about all we can say.
And the people that are doing the drawing will
I guess the question I have is, so are we, it sounds like the applicant would like us to approve it without having that in hand, right? So if that's the case,
He
I
wants
would.
to save his bets.
I would prefer that. I'm worried about the fence.
We're approving the demo with the understanding that a landscape plan is forthcoming.
Okay.
So we're not necessarily approving the final landscape plan right now.
Yeah.
So we could suggest that we need to see that plan, or at least
Or
go
you could turn
through
it
a
to-
separate application to.
I think that works, yeah.
So I just want to make sure. So we're thinking is there a need for that plan to come back to us to see?
I think it has to come back through the office at least.
Right, of course, we'll come back to the
But
office.
before or after the tree is removed is the question.
No, I think they can go ahead.
Right, okay, so,
We're proceeding,
yes.
does that make sense? In terms of going back to the HPO staff, is that acceptable, or does any of the team want to see any of that? Or participate as subcommittee or anything of that nature to support that review?
Is there any danger of this being a separate application for the landscape plan? Keeping it separate, I guess.
I'm willing to submit a separate application because I think it'll go beyond this tree and I understand if you do landscaping, you gotta. do an application.
I guess the only pause there is setting an example of demo without.
I agree.
Okay, so this will be a update to the current application.
Okay.
Let's set the subcommittee.
Awesome. Okay, that's perfect.
Agreed.
Thank you guys for talking it through.
And I'm just gonna ask, is this something we want to split into an approval and then like an approval with conditions with that subcommittee review?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect. And then at the same time, I'm trying to figure out who that subcommittee is, just gonna be thinking about that, so. Could I have a motion?
The motion for, make sure I'm on the right one, this is number 4.
Yes, sir.
Motion for VV 22 07 013, 951 Delaware Avenue. For approval as submitted with the condition of a subcommittee reviewed landscape plan when.
Can you add for the replacement of the tree, just because I put that we have to have the
Yes,
the replacement of the tree.
replacement of the tree will be appropriate for the site.
Any other? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion passed. Thank you, sir.
So I just can remove the tree now and I will submit a landscape plan to this tree.
So you need the certificate of appropriateness first. That way you're not getting in any trouble with codes or stopping you.
Okay, and where does that come?
So that'll be roughly 3 to 5 days after the hearing.
Okay,
It takes me a couple days to do the minutes, and then from the minutes, I issue all of the feedback.
okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very
No,
much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Have a
Good
good
luck with
time.
that.
Kimberly, do you want the subcommittee defined?
Yes,
Didn't
please.
even think about that. Thank you, sir.
Put me on it.
You can put me on it.
All right, just the two?
Yeah, I don't want to.
Okay.
I don't mind. I don't mind, just in case. I don't mind.
You gotta make this entertaining.
Thank you.
All right, application number 5 is 1141 Highland Street. Is the applicant here for that? Right, if you want to come up as I'm reading this, if not, you can wait, that's okay too. So this project is to extend the rear patio 5 foot to west, match the existing materials, power wash or clean the existing brick and concrete pavers, and relay brick and concrete pavers with the proper basing. The commissioners at a business meeting requested clarification on if the existing pavers would be removed and replaced or reused. They were concerned with the colors matching. Additional detailing regarding the steps was also requested. Commissioners wanted to know where the new railing would be placed and requested a detail on that and or the cut of product sheet. The applicant has clarified that they will be cleaning the current patio to bring them closer to their original color. Any new materials will weather over time as well. The applicant has modified their application to leave the existing rear steps as they are. They no longer propose to expand them. Staff recommends approval of the application as submitted with any and all clarification to be submitted to staff for review and approval prior to issuance of the certificate. Basis for recommendation is City Code 31.16, the standards for site improvement, specifically A and B, and City Code 31.16.11, the standards for alteration, specifically 1 through 3, 5, and 9, as well as the Victorian Village Guidelines on fences and yards.
Thank you, Kimberly. Can you state your name for the record and get you sworn in, sir?
Lucas Wood.
Okay, do you agree to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Okay, perfect. Good. Do you have anything to add to it, sir?
I just wanted to clarify one item. I think I put some examples of basing that I was going to use in here. I think I showed 57s and a smaller ground limestone. I just wanted to clarify, use, paver sand, a polymer sand, brush that in after getting everything laid. Probably use like a 46D limestone as the base as well. Build that at about 5 inches before doing, laying that paver sand down and relaying on top of it. So I just wanted to clarify that.
All right, thank you, sir. It seems like the questions that were raised at the business meeting have been addressed. So just didn't know if there was anything else, just,
Anything, you guys?
I think I'm okay.
I don't have anything.
Yeah, I just make note that probably a paver that we wouldn't normally recommend, but I think given, this condition and limited amount that's being added to matching kind, I think it's perfectly fine.
Okay. Yeah, the main goal is it's just in a failing state. I think it's sitting on dirt right now. So I want to get it, correctly laid, leveled, and then kind of just add a little bit onto it.
You might consider kind of mixing old and new.
That's what I was gonna plan on do. Eventually look at with what I end up having to purchase, if there's some type of pattern as well.
Yeah, you might even have enough to do like a border of the old.
Yeah.
And infill with the new or something like that.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
Awesome. So is there a motion and maybe some of those items that are just discussed for consideration? Maybe just add it into the motion, just.
Motion for BB 22 07 014 1141 Highland Street for approval as submitted. As recommendation that old and new pavers be blended together and consider utilizing a consistent border with either old or new paver.
Any further dialogue? Is there a second?
Second.
All right, vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Very
it.
good. Thank you,
Good
gentlemen.
luck.
All right, next on the application is number 6, which is 1226 Forsyth Avenue, which I do not believe I see the applicant here for that yet.
Okay.
But I do believe that we have gone a little faster than.
Yeah, it's just kind of looking at this. This was 5 o'clock, it's 4:30.
Yes.
Do you mind if we circle back and just check on number 2?
Sure. Okay.
I think it was 2 that we asked. I don't know. Yep.
Yes, so is the applicant for 77 to 79 West Hubbard Avenue here?
Okay. I'll just flag that one again. Thank you.
Yeah, we might be skipping around
Yeah.
quite a bit. So application number 7 is 251 West 3rd Avenue. Hearing crickets. Just gonna have to be very grateful that a lot of our applicants are here early.
Yes, very, very grateful.
I do not believe I see the applicants for number 8, which is 17 to 25 West Hubbard Avenue.
Nice, Gary. Good job, Kimberly.
At least one of them every meeting. Right, number 9, I do know the owner for 358 Wilbur Avenue is here.
Okay.
So this application is to remove the existing wood windows and storm windows and replace them with Anderson 400 series with right double hung windows to fit the existing openings, replace both front doors with 4 panel wood doors, replace the transoms, side door and rear door with 6-panel fiberglass doors. Commissioners at the business meeting requested an overall photograph of the house, which has been provided. There was some hesitancy over the 6-panel doors. HBO staff did complete a site visit, investigating both the windows and the doors, both with transoms. Staff supports replacement of the 3rd floor windows and both front doors. All sills have experienced water damage and need replaced. And not all of those storm windows have weep holes, which contributes to some of that sitting water. The windows on the 1st and 2nd floor have deterioration on the bottom sashes. This is minimal, and the overall rails and sashes are solid. Windows do require reglazing, and most of them are missing their ropes. The side and rear doors have minimum wear and damage or deterioration, and retention repair is recommended. Staff does recommend approval of the application with the conditions that the 1st and 2nd floor windows are retained and repaired. The 3rd floor windows are replaced with a window chosen from the approved window list, and the side and rear doors are retained and repaired. Basis for staff recommendation are the Victorian Village guidelines on windows and doors.
Thank you, Kimberly. Could you go ahead and state your name, sir, and get you sworn in?
Gary Badke,
Perfect. Do you agree to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Perfect, sir. Go ahead and walk us through.
Thank you, Kimberly. And thanks to you for the opportunity to discuss my applications. I understand and appreciate your role to preserve as much as you can, and to make sure that anything that's replaced is done right. I've been part of that neighborhood in Wilbur Avenue since 1988, so that's my goal too. I want to do it right. So I share your goals. I also have other goals though. I have people that live here, and so I've got safety and security and energy efficiency and aesthetics goals. Let's talk about the doors for me. The front door, I agree with Kimberly. I mean, it's nothing special. Neither is the side door or the back door. You've seen the pictures, I believe, and they are deteriorated doors with hundreds of coats of paint, maybe not hundreds, maybe I'm exaggerating, dozens of coats of paint on them. Many of those coats undoubtedly have lead. To repair them, I've made tons of calls. Nobody wants any part of it. Because you've got to strip them, you've got to sand down to even start the repair process, and nobody wants any part of it. So I don't know where to go with that. The other issue I've got, and the biggest issue with the doors, the side door and the back door, is the security issue. The back door the side door and the back door both have windows. I want to put in solid doors because that back window's been blown out. And the tenants have complained that it's a security issue. I don't blame them, quite frankly. If a solid door would be more secure, it would certainly be much more energy efficient. It's going to look much better than what is there. And again, I've submitted the doors that would go there. They're very much consistent with the guidelines and they're consistent with the neighborhood. Virtually all of my neighbors have replaced their doors and their windows, by the way. And so I just think the security issue overrides anything else. I think those doors are nothing special on the side and the back. So I'd like to be able to replace those.
Do we have the question sheets on any of that? I don't see it in here.
I believe so, though, Nolan, are you having problems with all the photos downloading?
There's multiple
Yeah,
files
just
for
for
this
those
one.
ones. Two is like.
There's cut sheets for the doors.
Yeah,
The-
just say it.
There's 2 files that are displayed from the site visit.
I saw the windows.
I don't see the doors.
Yeah. Let me see the doors. Actually.
I submitted.
I know he did as well.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I know he did as well, because I remember seeing them.
When you see the pictures, there's certainly nothing special. I can certainly show you my version. And you're happy to show you that if you'd like.
Yeah, it stops at the window.
Okay.
But they're significantly deteriorated. I mean, they might be able to be saved if somebody knew how to do the work and somebody who's willing to do the work. But that doesn't solve my security issue, number one. And number two, there's just nobody that wants any part of stripping, sanding, securing those doors in place again. If you can find somebody else, if you disagree with me, I'm happy to call whomever you'd like me to call. But it just isn't out there. Plus, I just don't think that these doors are anything that are special for the neighborhood. Like I said, virtually all of my neighbors have replaced their doors and windows. So mine looks horrible in comparison to my neighbors, which is certainly an issue for me as well. I think aesthetically, what I am proposing is going to look so much better than what it is now.
That's why I'm asking, I need to see this new proposed thing, because, you know, you say the door's old, you could get a door that looks just like that, insulated, so it's effective, and you could get specialty glass, so no one can break it and crash in. I mean, part of that whole vocabulary of our neighborhoods are 3/4 and half light windows. The minute we start putting these full doors in for renters, everyone wants them. And I think there's other ways to secure those doors.
Okay. And if you look at my block, for example, at least half the doors are solid wood or solid frame, not window.
Well, I think it'll be interesting when they come in front of us. Because, I mean, almost all those apartment buildings should either have a 3/4 or a half light in them. Or a full light, quite frankly.
Do you have a,
They just don't in my neighborhood, and I don't know whether they went around the process. But what it ends up doing is penalizing those who come in front of you.
and I mean, we appreciate, we appreciate obviously you taking the right steps and coming before us and working through that. So what was on our product data? We had the window that was being proposed. Do you have the door information by any chance that's being proposed that we could look at? A cut sheet or?
I do,
Would that be
yeah.
helpful?
Yes, we're also working on it because I know I've got the file, so we're.
Okay, I just didn't know, whatever's easiest for you.
Yeah, the,
This is what we're, yeah.
just a moment here, I can. So. I do have my contractor here who would be happy to opine on the products as well.
So while we're waiting on that, sir, if you,
Yes.
do you want to come forward and
Well, I can.
I can get you sworn in while we have this moment? If it,
I've got a window out there.
okay, would you,
That just took me a little longer to just.
would you go ahead and state your name for the record?
James Stewart,
Okay, and get you sworn in. Do you agree to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Okay, perfect. At least that's done and now he can come forward, so, wow. Kimberly and, or it's finding that, that's you.
Are you waiting on me or?
The door.
They're waiting on the door. They're trying to look from the cut sheet.
You want to start with the windows while we're waiting for that?
We're
distracted.
Yeah, I don't want to, yeah, because she's probably taking notes and things like that, and so I just want to be sure if that's okay. Read.
I do remember seeing it, so I'm not sure.
Kimberly, he has a paper copy.
Okay.
Would you feel comfortable if he was
Yes,
there that at least?
yes, in this case,
To help the conversation?
I know he submitted it. so-
Okay, okay.
Well, I can tell you what they are, but that doesn't help you much.
You gotta have it, so we don't have a visual.
So,
With the 4 panels.
Yeah, I submitted a 6-panel, but then I resubmitted a 4-panel for the front door.
Okay.
It would be solid wood, Simpson product, very nice wood, solid wood door, I think, red oak. So that would be the front. Side doors are a,
Therma-Tru Smooth Star fiberglass. 6-panel, I believe, or
yeah,
for the side entrance,
correct, in the back.
and the back entrance was a 6-panel with the trims.
We do,
And the front door, the solid oak door had, you said 4 panel was the last
Correct.
one that you submitted
We resubmitted a 4 panel.
with a half light of glass above
Right.
it.
It's a, yeah, with the transom above.
But did it have any light on, did it have a light at all on the?
Nothing on the door at all.
No glass?
There's a transom above the door. Which is
Okay.
the last one.
So it's a 4 panel solid door with a glass transom above it for the front door. No glass at all.
And again, if that would make the difference,
I mean, yeah.
Putting in,
we could
uh,
have like,
well, lights at the top. Some, again, that still addresses my security issue. It addresses the replacement issue. Happy to submit that.
Right there, the transom on the door.
Here, I found the door cut sheet.
Thank you so
So-
much.
You're welcome, and I have to apologize, Gary, like, everything typically gets dragged right into our files. Right after, and I'm not sure how this one, because
Right.
you can confirm? that
Yes,
one?
correct.
Okay, I want to make sure I'm showing the commission the
Yeah.
right thing, because my oversight, I'm not sure where this went. Making everybody's life more difficult, and I don't need to.
So that would be the side.
That'd be the front.
That's the front entry only with the transom.
Okay, so we're upside down here.
Yeah.
First off,
Yeah. Go ahead.
the front doors have to have glass. That's half light at least. The side door, I can see a 4 panel like that. I'm okay with that. And I think the back door
Can have,
has to have a half light, and I think for security reasons, you think about specialty glass.
so
I
you
mean, the
accept.
character of that house, the character of that house is important. And slamming a solid door on it, I mean, you might be thinking you're solving your problems, but I think it's devaluing the building.
You accept a standard obscure type glass, or does it have to be like satin etch, or can it be? Like
I-
a privacy rating of 10, essentially you can't
Well,
see.
I
through.
think it should be that safety security bullet glass, and then if you want to put a privacy film on it so no one can see in, you're fine to do
So like
that.
a laminated glass.
Yep,
Okay, and you're suggesting that for the front and the back?
yes.
Okay.
And then the sides would be just a 4 panel, but that's I don't know what these guys say.
So which doors have the transoms?
The front and the rear have transoms.
Okay.
Now, I'm fine leaving, the way these doors are, you've got the interior door and transom. Then you've got the storm door, storm transom.
Mhm.
The storm transom, I would replace with just a solid glass transom, because if you've seen the pictures, the storm transom, quite frankly, looks awful. I would just replace that with a solid glass transom.
You've got.
And leave the-
you've got on.
Correct. And leave the existing interior transom above the door, but replace the door.
I see what you're saying. Right.
Do you understand?
So the original transoms would remain, and
Yeah.
you're
Yeah,
proposing,
they're not functional, but they'd still be there.
correct, yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm inclined to agree with Jeff, with regard to, if you've got the doors within the front and the back and with the transoms, it's not gonna look right with the solid doors. So yeah, whether it's half light or 3/4 or full, I mean, I think we need to see another option.
And are those awnings staying 358 and 356?
I have no plans to change them because otherwise, they need some protection at the door.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so talk through doors. So doors, I think we're all set on doors. Is there any other comments on doors? We really didn't touch on windows except for staff approval. So, or the staff recommendation. So, as far as windows, like third floor was yes on the replacement, for the recommendation. And then no for, the remaining windows. So I think it was more repair suggestion based on the recommendation. Is the windows being, off the approved list that would be?
These windows from the site visit, they're fairly solid. There's just a little bit towards the bottom.
I'm sorry?
There's just a little bit of problem towards the bottom. And I did see your email yesterday for the contractors. If you contact the Columbus Landmarks, they should be able to direct you. I'm not 100% sure how their site works since I'm not associated with them, but I do know they do keep a list of people that work in historic areas and historic properties in Columbus. I believe there might be a tab there that they have their historic houses or like some historic resources. I'm not sure if it's under there though.
But all these windows, virtually all these windows have significant problems. Either 15 coats of paint that has to be removed, and I don't know how that gets done while their windows are in place. Or they're non-functional. Some of them literally don't open. They've been painted shut years ago, and they just don't open. And so there are significant problems with these windows. And I have called around to numerous contractors. They don't want any part of it. They don't know how to do this type of work, number one. And number two, they don't want anything to do with the lid paint, which is going to be critical to solving the window problem, because over half of these windows have significant layers of paint. And so I'm really kind of desperate, and I appreciate the referral for the Columbus Landmarks. But but I have also spent literally hundreds of hours calling contractors, trying to find people that would do this type of work. I mean, I haven't come here without having done that. I just can't find it. It's just not out there. And certainly there's one-offs. There's, every neighborhood has the old guy who knows how to work on these windows. But most of the stuff, for example, that you sent for the Columbus Landmarks, it's for do-it-yourselfers. People are going to buy a house and take the next 4 years rehab. I don't live there. My tenants aren't going to do that. I've got to find a contractor who can do this and do it in a workmanlike fashion with people living. And that's really hard to do. And as I look down my street, again, you look at these windows and arguably, most of them can be made to be functional, arguably. I'm not convinced of that because all the sills are rotted out. A lot of water damage because like you said, the storm windows are faulty. They don't have seat holes in many of them. And so I've got this problem that there's a lot of damage there. I've got somebody coming to do it. Or I can replace them, get rid of the ugly storm windows, which quite frankly, don't allow you to see the windows anyway. I can get rid of the ugly storm windows, and I can put in some windows that are going to restore the building to what it was originally intended to look like. They're going to look like, just from the exterior, they're going to look just like the original windows were intended to look. And I'm going to get rid of the ugly storm windows and screens. I just think that that's going to look so much better. They're going to be functional. They're going to be safe. And I think it solves the problem and solves, I think, your problem too, because it will be done right. It will look much better from the street. And quite frankly, it's going to look just like my neighbors because they've all had theirs done.
Thank you, sir. Understandable. So, any thoughts on the windows outside of the recommendation that was made by staff?
So this is my 2 cents. I get where you're coming from. And I think our problem, you guys, is supply and demand in the work. I mean, I guess we could have someone come over from Germany, come out of the woods and know how to fix a window. And he could pay for his plane ticket, have him live here for 5 months to do this. I mean, I think we have to really think about where we're at. And I'm thinking that the profile of this, I mean, how the window would look, how the window would perform would be like what we saw. It's just not 100% wood. So if he takes care of the doors and it's presentable and the window is a high grade replacement, I think I'm leaning towards that.
So I'd ask you the same thing, that if we're same kind of process, how is this different than Buttles? We had a couple of meetings ago.
Rob, I'm an old man, refresh me, what,
Right across.
I'm 62 years old, how am I supposed to?
It's right across from the park. It was window replacements and door replacements, with the stained glass, ringing any bells.
Oh, and I
And the
basically.
third floor had rotted windows and the basement window rotted.
And you know what? I remember that clearly, but I don't even think we got far enough along to say anything because she backed off.
Well, I
And it
had
was
pushed back pretty hard, so.
So, I mean, I think we're in a pickle here. You know, and at some points, you know, what is important, I think the profile of the house that we were working on Buttles is much higher and much elevated than this stuff.
I would agree.
And we have to understand that. And we can't leave everyone, oh my gosh, you have a little cottage and I want you to do this, when that thing was thrown together 40 years ago without any detail. It was a wood window, and a wood window was a wood window. So I think as we step into these things, I think we got to think about this. And, you know, it's a little bit of a dance. If he's going to do the doors, and the doors are presentable and they add that architectural detail that we need, and he's not going to do cheap windows, and he's going to bring about that image back to what it would look like, I think that's not a bad deal. Is it by the book? I'm not so sure, but I think ultimately we will get a better product doing that.
I have a sample of the window if you want to see.
Actually, I would love to see it.
Good idea.
That is my opinion, and you guys all have your opinion.
Thank you, Jeff. Anybody else? Their thoughts on it at all? Just the windows in general.
Waiting to hear from you guys.
Okay, so just for, from my perspective, I mean, I think obviously windows and doors, the fenestrations are a huge part of the character of the home. So I agree with Jeff in terms of the doors, being able to adjust the doors.
You can
bring it. I think that makes sense. The windows, I'm still, I completely understand Jeff, and like, I guess I'm trying to get a feel for what the window, and maybe this conversation actually may help. So,
Obviously not half screens, but
And I'm just taking pictures, so I will be out of your way in a little bit.
Now, these are on the approved Windows list?
No.
They're not.
these were used on a project in
HRC.
Macus. I think I gave you the,
Yeah, it was 2017. I'm not sure when the approved windows list.
went over in Italian Village.
No, it
Was it
wasn't.
Italian?
No, it was HRC. I don't
It's
know.
but it was a,
Ravine Historic District
Yes, I was going to say it's one of the smaller districts.
so,
on Summit Street.
okay, so, just to make sure we understand. So right now, this window that we're looking at is not on the approved list,
Correct.
but the window HRC recommended, or at least
Mind you, HRC did that in 2017. I believe that was before the
Before
approved
that.
windows list was put into place.
okay. Do you know if this window was evaluated as part of that process, or it just wasn't?
I think Gary did when he was around.
I don't have the background on which windows were or not approved as part of the
Okay.
approved windows list. Jeffrey, do you happen to remember?
I don't know.
I know.
That's a good.
I know, but it's on the commission for quite a while.
I know.
I wasn't sure you would or not, but I figured it was worth the ask.
By reviews, I can tell you that this window is much highly rated than many on the list.
Completely understand. So, okay, thank you, sir, appreciate it.
If we were going to replace the windows, I would recommend something off of the approved windows list. But just, for the record.
Do you guys have a problem with that?
I tried to work with several companies, they won't work with me. This gentleman has tried to get my business, he's done everything I've asked him to do. And his window product is better than many on the list. And there's no significant material difference of any kind from this window and the ones on the list.
So
So you're saying that the vendors for the new windows on the approved list are looking behind?
They just don't want to get back to me. I've asked them for quotes. They're just not interested. You know,
No, it begs so much for somebody's business. Trump. I looked at the Pella product. They haven't gone back. But there's,
This is, I mean, but this is a more sustainable product on the exterior than an aluminum clad.
Right. So I think a lot of times what happens is, just kind of thinking about, and I'm taking a gander on maybe that evaluation process. So that evaluation process probably had to do with, reviewing daylight openings, the sash thickness, and the sight lines out and in, how that fenestration compared to, the thin sash fenestration in the neighborhood. It probably also had to do with probably the way that window sits inside an opening, meaning that there's some depth there. It's not necessarily, sitting at the front face of the facade. So, can you talk about that a little bit? Is there?
This has a very historical type profile with the sill degree and setback, narrow styles, very, very similar to what he has. Rail height wise, as far as the bottom and the center. Glass proportions. If we had to get into it, I could tell you exactly how it compares to the old. I'd have to go measure exactly, but
Right.
we're putting in exact frame size windows. Take out frames, the exact same frames going back in. Because that's custom sizable to his opening. We don't want to, use a standard stock size and shrink glass. We want to stay as historically correct as we can. And that's what we did down on 2017.
Okay. All right. So, I understand this project wants to be able to move forward. Just kind of, if we were, just my feeling would just be able to not necessarily, don't bypass the approved list. It's hard. If there was an issue with not being able to get material off the approved list because, we went through and just because of the supply chain issues, no problem. That would be like roofing, right? We've had these roofing conversations in the recent discussion. It seems like if we were going to do that, then we would want to take that step of evaluation of this window in place to be able to make that determination. Or it just seems like that would be the right step to do.
May I suggest something?
Struggling with this one a little bit.
Could we take this window, since the third floor needs to be replaced, could put that into the third floor. We can evaluate how it looks, whether or not it is as you desire, or is consistent with the approved list. And if it is, then proceed with the rest of it. I certainly don't want to do anything that's not going to be consistent with that approved list, but my hunch is that approved list was put together because people had presented windows and proved that they were good for your purposes. I don't think there was any evaluation done of the market to gain a list. I think it was one by one, and that's what we're asking. Give us a chance.
Yeah, understandable.
So I think, Sean, what you may have been going for is since these are already in place in the you could convene the commissioners go and look at them.
Right, just
Because
be an
you forgot
image or.
to
No,
address
I mean,
Right.
that's what
Exactly.
we were. We were provided a test case.
Right.
Gary, and they were supposed to.
Because that's
So let's,
my
I
issue.
think it seems like a win-win situation. I think we
Completely.
should look at that project
That's correct.
and go with the 4 1/1s on the third floor and move towards, if in fact it's okay, well, first we look at the project.
That's right.
Then
That's right.
we move to the 4 third floor, and then, we might see the project and say absolutely not.
Correct.
I don't know.
That's correct. So, because the whole idea was a test case. So if there's already imagery and already that there, it seemed like that would be an appropriate step only because of, it's not really a supply chain issue, but there is a contract workforce concern.
And I mean, we really do, and I think we need to also, on all of these, put the caveat that we're navigating in uncharted waters
Completely.
with supply chain products and actually, craftsmen, I mean, the whole 9 yards, because I don't want this to go in waterfall.
For sure. No, we agree. I'm back in alignment with you, Jeff. So thinking about I think the windows themselves, we would approach it with going and almost like continuing it, being able to evaluate that. Staff set up a visit, we may have some imagery or something like that that comes out of that, and then we can come back and talk about the windows at a,
So since the Lakewood Ravine is not in Victorian Village, this might have to be a on your own site visit kind of thing. I will coordinate with the staff person for HRC.
Buying lunch.
okay, I got you, but,
Yeah, and I'm not sure if she's been in contact with the current property owner,
okay,
because I think it would be a little weird, and, you know, 8 of us all show up
for sure.
outside the
Understand.
house at one time. So
Okay.
I know if that was me, I'd be calling the police regardless of who was outside, so I can only think about how a homeowner.
It's mostly college students.
Okay,
And then, do you have the address in the
I
record?
do have it in the records, but if you want to give it to me so I can put it in the map.
It is 2136, 2138 Summit Street.
Thank you.
Okay.
I don't,
Second and third floors.
second,
second and third floor? All right. Perfect. So the thought is to split this up into A and B, right? So maybe the A would be related to the door, I mean, to the doors. We can go ahead and possibly go ahead and let the doors go and then come back to B, and then that would be a motion to continue with the conversation of wanting to look at the test bed. And then they would bring back the data and we'll make a determination at a future hearing. Does that sound like that's all right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Any additional discussion on the doors? The doors, I think we talked about a slight variation in what they've submitted though.
Yeah, I think we need to see cut sheets for different doors,
Yeah, because they can do that 3-panel half light.
Right.
Fiberglass,
yeah.
Okay.
insulated fiberglass.
So is it beneficial, just talking through this team, right now in terms of the work, does it make sense we've already given information on the doors. The information is not available for us to review. So is this a motion to continue the entire application, and that additional information and clarification that we've offered today would come back as part of a holistic
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine.
application?
I don't think we're
That would
prepared
be beneficial, right?
today.
Instead of doing one-offs,
That's
that's what I
right.
do.
Okay,
So instead of splitting it out for subcommittee or leader or staff,
Yep, that's-
this is staff's fault that we do not.
that's,
Don't beat yourself
No,
up.
not at all.
Kimberly. Stop it.
But I told you to.
so no. So hopefully, and that dialogue was clear. At first, we were thinking, well, at least I was thinking, is there a way to be able to move a portion of the project forward by splitting doors and windows to allow the doors to take place? But again, the
Yeah.
door information is really not available. So it'd be great, and I think the project would actually benefit if we can kind of keep this discussion together and the application together. Doors and windows, and just be able to continue the entire application to allow that test fit review and things like that to occur, and then be able to come back and regroup next month.
So can we do that? Can I get you the additional door information for your meeting next month? Within I guess there's a timeframe I can do that.
Yes,
by
you
next
get
week.
an additional week from today
Okay.
to submit, and I already got it in my notes that I need to get stuff where it needs to
Okay.
go, and I'm hoping this isn't an additional problem with my email, because I might scream.
Okay, so and that information was clear as far as being able to introduce the glass light on the front door and that, okay.
And the back door.
And the back door, right.
And then the fiberglass,
Yeah, then the cut sheets for the side.
Cut sheets.
we'll get
Cut sheets
you,
for all.
we'll get you those cut sheets for.
Yeah, and the side door is articulated also, it's just not glass.
I'm sorry?
It's a,
No glass.
Right,
it's a,
Correct.
it just has this, okay.
It's not just
just a solid.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It is a solid door, but it's.
Right. Yeah, it's a solid door.
Yeah,
It'll be
it's-
very similar to what we.
There's a name for it, it's just not coming.
Thank you,
Okay.
gentlemen.
Slang.
Hold up. Can we go ahead and have a motion for that? It's just a motion.
This is easy, yeah, I'll do this. Motion to continue, motion for application VV 220707018 Wilbur Ave to continue to the next hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed. Now, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Kimberly, there was some new team members have showed up.
So we are going to go all the way back
To number 2.
to where we started skipping and then work our way down, because we went a little quicker than anticipated during our first months. So is the applicant for number 277 to 79 West Hubbard Avenue here? Okay, I think we're just gonna keep skipping that.
Yeah.
Well, I think we can swing around to it at the very end at this point.
Okay.
For number 2, just, to give the applicant a little bit of room here. Okay, so the next one we skipped is number 6, which is 1226 Forsyth Avenue. So this application is to restore all the wood details on the front porch, including columns and decorative trim. The windows, door, corner boards, and other trim work is to be built out to maintain a three-dimensional detail. And this also includes adding an approximately 12-foot, 10-inch long by 15-foot, 2 3/4-inch wide addition to match the height of the existing rear addition. Install smooth vinyl siding on the house in addition. The shingles and windows are to be chosen from the approved lists, and to construct a 21-foot by 4-inch long by 20-foot wide single-story 2-car garage. I've included the commissioner comments from the May hearing. Commissioners at the business meeting requested lighting information for the house and garage. The cut product sheets for the fixtures was also requested. Commissioners additionally requested that the doors be updated to a pattern that is more frequent in the area. I did want to also propose was if there would be any site improvements such as landscaping. If so, the commissioners would like to see these details added to the site plan and any product information submitted. The applicant did confirm that there's no landscaping proposed at this time. The applicant has requested to maintain the current doors as they are installed. Commissioners recommended a site visit to investigate the condition of the existing siding, and that occurred on July 8th. Staff does not support the installation of the vinyl siding, and per the site visit, the existing wood siding did look to be in good condition. If there is some detail beneath the eaves on both the front and the back that we also think needs to be retained. Staff recommends that the commission continue the application or that the commission approve the application with the following conditions. That the siding of the main house and newest addition be differentiated, that the original siding be restored. If that's not possible based on the site visit, then the smooth boral or hardy is recommended. The smooth boral or hardy would be recommended for the addition as well. Garage doors be solid with no windows. If any paint is proposed, that paint chips or color splashes be submitted to HBO staff. All roof hips and ridges should be capped with galvanized metal ridge roll and cut from product sheets and final materials selection be submitted to staff prior to issuance of a certificate. Basis of recommendation in City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration, as well as City Code 3116.12, the standards for new construction, the Victorian Village guidelines on siding. That was all I have, Sean. For you?
Thank you so much. Can you guys state your name for the record and get you sworn in?
Deerfield, I'm the owner.
Shad Morris, the contractor.
Okay, perfect. Do you guys agree to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. You guys go ahead and talk us through what's being proposed and any questions or just comments related to the staff's presentation.
I'd like to propose to change the siding, existing siding, because there's a damage siding, and even though they're not a bad condition, but it's so hard for me to an addition to smooth transaction to that addition. So I've just proposed to replace all the sidings, even if I want to build a hardy, if you guys want to build a hardy door, I'm just going to go whole house hardy door. And the garage, it's not that you guys have an issue about garage, that's not we made a modification for the garage. And add a lighting. The reason I think somebody cut sheet for the front door, the side door, and I think Cameron said has to be wood door, because I think some made a door with a fiberglass. I'm just saying, I'll just keep making it slow refinish.
right. Anything else at all?
For fiberglass insulated, doors not allowed in that area?
Per HPO, we require front doors to be wood, side doors and rear doors were a little more flexible.
Okay, I guess maybe I can just pick the wood front door, but side doors, propose whatever I propose, if that's acceptable, so.
So, just to make sure, so you would consider changing the front door now knowing that, or changing the front door to a wood solution that would be appropriate?
Yeah.
Okay,
And also I mentioned earlier, I'd like to remove those wrought iron fence in the front. I mean, you can see the picture, right? It's kind of just like, it's very not good, looking good. And because the tree right there, where's the wrought iron fence, I mean, you really just, that's why I pushed the fence down.
It's.
It's hard to really finish.
The roots and
Yeah.
tree and everything's completely just demolished it.
so this was what we were trying to prevent with the last
Yes.
couple applications before this.
Yeah, I mean, I walk around, drive around the area, I mean, I don't see any like a wrought iron fence around the area. I mean, there's probably a single house on that street has those.
Okay.
But if commission want me to keep it, so don't want me to demolition that, I'll just keep it as is, even though it doesn't
It doesn't look very good at all.
for the street, so.
Okay, so this one, is there anything additional that we want to talk about?
I just have one question.
Yeah.
I didn't read all your regulations. I apologize in advance. Is vinyl not, you can't do any vinyl in the area at all?
Do you want to elaborate on that one, Kimberly?
Well, the only reason I'm asking is there's so many houses that do have vinyl. I didn't know if they just did it without asking or that's what I'm asking.
Vinyl siding is from the seventies or early eighties. Some of that was done without asking, depending where as well. Because it depends, depending on what commission you're in, it kind of depends on the commission really started rolling, really started getting applications and, when the commission started kind of enforcing some of the things. So a lot of siding you're seeing is probably from the seventies or the eighties, when the applications were put in for siding. And as kind of the interpretation of the code was a little looser, and as of now, we do not recommend vinyl siding. We don't support it unless it's a case that it's you're replacing a small portion of it, not the entire house or siding.
Okay.
But
I found that there's a addendum for the Victorian Village Commission. There says that you're not to do vinyl siding if you do addition. And it's not the vinyl siding 0.416 thickness. And there's some how you hang the siding. There's some guide to hang the siding. I found there some documentation there. I can look at it. There's the addendum to the existing Victorian Village Commission guideline.
Kimberly, I'm not, just based upon my tenure here, I can't recall. I think a lot of times there's been instances where, that vinyl siding was like in kind, it had to be replaced because of a damage or something of that nature, but I've never seen even any of our new additions get vinyl siding applied to them. So I'm not sure.
Nope.
there is a little section on the Victorian Village guidelines that it says where aluminum or vinyl siding is approved, and then gives, what the specifications are for that, but for quite some time, we haven't.
Okay.
Sorry for that. I was just-
That's fine. I mean, I'm just.
No.
You want to go
that's
hard
good.
or go hard, I'm sure into this point, right? I don't want two different type of siding, look at one kind of siding, then your addition different siding, it doesn't make good transaction.
You just want to make the whole house look the same.
Yeah.
That's what we're asking.
Okay, so I think that we're still probably on a little bit a different page based upon recommendation from staff. So I'm thinking what I heard from recommendation from staff is that the existing siding can be retained, which is
Good condition,
right, which was
from what areas that we were looking at.
so the transition, that would basically, if the homeowner is looking for that, would it be acceptable to take the same material that's on the existing home and apply that to the addition? That's
Typically with the additions, you're going to see a different material.
Yeah.
I mean, you typically are going to see offset as well. You just have the condition here that you do have a historic addition. So the commission needs to decide what they're comfortable with in terms of, do they want to match, would they rather differentiate?
Perfect.
Do we have, I'm sorry, do we have the option of removing it and making it all the same product, like a wood siding? Like a hardy plank, is that an option? To make the whole house look the same, so it's cosmetically correct.
So that would be up to the commission. My recommendation is that siding as it stands, if we're gonna take the vinyl siding off, is to restore the original.
But if we do that, then we can't match the addition, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, but, it's okay for me if we don't match the addition, because typically we're gonna, historically, if you did an addition, it's not always gonna match. It would look like an addition.
So, and this one's a little, it's interesting, and so staff is, like, for instance, if you think about your existing massing, right? The existing two-story mass would be one material, and then there would be the requirement, or there typically would be a kind of a transition, as the gentleman's mentioned, that the addition, the one-story element would be of a different material possible. And you would kind of understand that lineage and that history related to that structure. In this case, it's really kind of, you're extruding the one story. So I think that what Kimberly is asking us to do is take that in consideration and try to understand if we feel as though that is a different material, or do we need to transition to a different material? Or should we continue just based upon the current massing and the relevance of that historic addition? Okay.
And also you can see there's a missing the siding too, in the picture, part of it too. That's gonna be look so, just under the roof, that's a big chunk of the siding is missing.
So here's my 2 cents.
You've got it.
In looking at these pictures, architecturally, very typical house, the details on it and what is saved, the eaves, everything, beadboard is beautiful. I think it should be restored. I think the addition back piece, I think they take the whole single story and they just do vertical on the back to make 2 different materials and call it a day, because the elevations, I mean, the back side of that elevation, there's no windows.
Right.
And that would be a way to make it work.
So just a note, Jeffrey, there was a window on the backside. It's been closed in. It's very difficult to see because they matched it pretty well, but when you're up there, you can see, and it looks like it's been that way for some time.
Gotcha. So Jeffrey, I think that, you're in alignment, with staff as well on the siding and that approach. It seems like would that transition apply, or would we consider that transition applying at the proposed new addition, or would we slide that back to where the 2-story transitions to the 1-story? I guess
I agree that you want to do it, at the addition point, it's going to look, it's not going to be appropriate on the elevation, then you want to take it back to the transition between 1 and 2-story and kind of celebrate that piece as even though it's not all addition, that it's a separate component of massing.
You can see the single story in the back, as at some point, that was an addition too. Because as an original house is 2-story, at some point, that back piece got added to something.
right.
And then they closed in the back porch, it looked like after that too. They kept going back and further.
Understandable. Okay. So Kimberly, does that kind of making sense of, the transition that was talked about, the materiality,
Yes.
you would retain.
So let's talk,
Hold on for a second.
let's talk about the buckets first, because I'm getting confused.
But I know, but you jumped ahead of that, and that's understandable. So the buckets are siding, we got windows, we got the addition, and then we got the fence. So those are the buckets.
Okay,
I think those are the buckets. And right now, we're talking about siding.
and my recommendation is that the siding gets fixed and repaired,
Yep.
and the one-story addition
Yep.
on the back, plus the addition, which is one story,
Understandable.
is vertical siding.
Okay.
And that would take care of the transition.
Awesome. Kimberly.
Hold on.
Okay.
Sorry, I wanted to type before it escapes.
No, you're good. So with that, is that back in alignment with what your recommendation?
I could see that,
Okay.
being a suitable. Because I was kind of curious if the
Yeah.
commission would be okay with,
Uh,
the entire edition reading as one full edition, or if they wanted to differentiate.
Okay. And again, we want a comprehensive, and I keep turning to you only because you guys were out on site. And so you know where maybe some of these problem areas are, because that could kind of inform that, right? So
It's
we
not
may-
architecturally significant. If it
Completely.
was, then
Completely.
we would definitely want a
Completely.
differentiation.
completely.
But this is a natural cut where it's 2-story to 1-story.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it probably has been differentiation anyway. It's just, the final siding is on and we didn't,
Okay.
did everything
I was
else.
just gonna ask, the one story currently, do we know has that siding been exposed, the original?
Yeah, so the single story addition, you can see the back of it's all been exposed.
Okay. One thing I wanted to comment that might benefit if we go down that path with vertical siding is that you might be able to use some of the siding from the first floor to repair, from the first floor L to repair any of the main building if you're trying to restore that siding to original. Just a thought to take some of this thing out of that maybe.
Yeah, some of those siding, even though, it's not it's okay condition, it's not a great condition. Somewhere, I came here once on site, I showed her a bunch of holes, some of the siding piece broke, the siding was missing under the roof, like the left side house, or the significant chunk of siding is missing.
Awesome. All right, so siding is repair, and then the addition will be replaced with verticals. That's the determination. Windows, can we talk a little bit about windows now? So, I think what's being proposed is all windows, it says singles and windows will be chosen from the approved list. So, Kimberly, can you just kind of touch on windows just quickly about?
So the windows are for the addition.
Okay, so it's only for the addition. The existing ones were.
Yeah, applicant can correct me if I'm not
Okay.
interpreting things correctly, but that was my understanding.
I thought that we just get a new window for our house, like my understanding is.
All the windows are broken.
Yeah, our windows.
Some of them are even missing upstairs on the second floor.
Yeah, the panes of glass were broken on some of the second stories, and you can see in one of the photos that Nolan.
In another window, the frame is damaged because the water getting.
Yeah, and I think some of them are vinyl as well.
Yeah, it's not a window, just like the frame's damaged.
Yeah, so
It's
the
rotted.
sills are rotted most everywhere.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
So this one, just in your opinion, from your observation, is different than the conversation that we just had
Yes,
in the last
so
application.
this is similar with the sills, but the windows are not original. You can see in this photo that they are vinyl replacements. They haven't been improved. Well, the vinyl probably wasn't improved or it was put in the 70s.
And then they would work with you in terms of determining what that window would be off the approved list, because that window is not in our, the cut sheet is not provided yet. Okay.
No, and did you choose a window from the approved list?
I think there's a schedule, window schedule might be, I don't think it's
I
exactly.
remember you provided the approved windows list, but I couldn't remember if you picked out exactly which window.
I think, no, I don't think we did, I just picked the size of window schedule, size of window, but I don't think it specified exactly which one. Yeah, I can do that later, doesn't matter. That all depends on the type too.
Supply chain right now is the biggest thing right now, like we were speaking about with the last person.
Yeah.
It's a real issue right now.
Well,
We're talking, some windows are 18 months out.
I know. So one thing you said, which I just want to let you know, said you weren't familiar with the guidelines.
Right.
You're working this neighborhood. I suggest you understand the guidelines, because if in fact you do something on your own, you say, hey, I can't get this window, I'm gonna do this window, or you're gonna do this, you stand the probability of it has to be redone.
I understand.
And I just want to be very clear, because we're going through some crazy times, folks. And supply chain, all of this stuff. So let's be sure about what we're doing. Be sure about what we're choosing.
Yeah.
Make sure our buckets are okay.
You got it, buddy. You got it. So I think what happens is with that one, just to try to help you, there is an approved list that has a series of manufacturing models that Kimberly would be able to follow back up. And then you guys can kind of take those steps of evaluating those availability, et cetera. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's no problem. We'll definitely.
We'll submit the cost sheet
Yeah.
before we install Windows.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm going to note, I'm not going to issue a COA until I have that, because we've had instances in the past that people have said just from the approved list, and then they put something in that was not on the approved list. So office policy, we need to know before we issue, so we can cross Ts, dot Is. Say if you come back, the Pella Impervia is no longer available, can you choose something else off the approved Windows list? I'm gonna be able to staff approve that change.
Okay. That's good.
Makes sense.
Okay.
All right, next bucket is just general conversation on the addition. Kimberly, was there anything that changed from us looking at it before?
So I did want to note, the applicant did submit a revised drawing of the garage to note where the light fixtures were. I know they're in there, Nolan.
Yeah, on the elevation, Joe.
Yes.
I just saw a single PDF.
I think there's a lot of them, but he did put them on. They're not the goosenecks. They're ones typically you see like next to the door. He has them proposed on each side of the garage doors.
Gooseneck snap. So lighting, the goosenecks will be on the garage side, on the garage door
So they're
side?
not goosenecks.
Oh.
They're the more lantern-like ones.
Is there a reason why the goosenecks that traditionally would be used?
I just picked this one, the beta.
Okay. All right,
I just picked it away. It's available in store at Intermix.
okay.
I just got for Home Depot from the pick the one available.
All right. Okay, and then just since we talked about materiality at the home, but what is the feeling about the materiality that could be used on the garage? Is that either horizontal or is it vertical? Because right now it's what's being shown is vinyl. Is there a preference from the homeowner's perspective?
So we have a choice.
Well, I think I think right now you're drawing safe vinyl. And I think that was kind of part of the home discussion that vinyl is not appropriate. And so I guess what would be the proposed substitute?
It just matched the
The
single
addition.
story addition.
Do we have to choose right now if it's vertical or horizontal?
So I was trying to, I guess, I mean, we could also, it seems like there's a lot of open questions, still, and I mean, we're trying to hit all the buckets.
Mhm.
Um,
I mean, if you just tell us, if you say, no, I want it this way, then we'll install it that way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easy with us. I mean, we're not real picky.
I feel like there's enough open questions
I
where
agree. I think we should give feedback. And I think we should
we
roll
need
it
another round.
and let them come together with a comprehensive, set of rules that we've talked through about. I think that would be the best. I like to,
As well as the updated drawings to
right,
show.
updated
different
drawings to
features.
show, yep.
So I will say with the garage, in terms of the siding, we've got the guidelines and code, so they can kind of guide you along, and we don't want the commissioners necessarily telling you exactly what siding you want to use. So we do want to leave that open, especially in terms of orientation. Typically, you'll see more of horizontal, siding on a garage as opposed to vertical, but I don't think the commission is necessarily opposed to either.
Can we just go with whatever is shown in the drawing then if the commission doesn't post?
No, sir, because right now what's shown in the drawings is fine.
We just said that we changed it to the same material that was on the first floor addition.
Yeah, the
So that
first
would
story.
either be the,
The wood.
Single story.
Yes.
would argue for. So
Right, it'd be the same thing which you guys have already approved and said that was good for that. So what he's saying is that product on the garage. Now that question's already answered now.
Wanna move on now, the fence. Is there anything on the fence? No concerns on the fence?
I was gonna say just with the fence that, you know, if that is coming out, which I understand the why, the seeing what's, you know, you take that out by seeing a landscape, the treatment that's going in its place, we should see that. In terms of any improvements in that area, you're gonna tear that out, you know, what is the landscape treatment along that, that's replacing that edge fence?
Wait a minute, we talk about the fence.
The iron fence of
The iron fence.
Oh, the iron, this fence, okay.
To see if that comes out, what is being replaced, where that fence was.
So you want to replace that?
No, you want to see the landscaping. What are we gonna do with the landscaping? It's got plants on there right now.
Oh,
It's got plants, I mean, so we just leave the plants
we
in,
just leave the plant there. Just
right,
take
we
the
just
fence
remove
out.
the fence and repair the ground, if that's okay, and then and just. I mean, I can't see all the pictures you guys can see, I can just see the one, it's up against the tree right now.
Right.
I mean, there are plantings out there.
You know, it keeps spreading itself.
Yeah, there's a bunch of plants and stuff there now.
Right, I will just keep the plant. I mean, I'm not gonna do anything but the plant. I just, if, commission okay with it, just remove it, just leave all the plants there. Put the repair ground, put the new soil, grass, whatever,
Or you,
or
Okay, so the 4 buckets again, so we had siding, we had windows, we had the addition. In addition, we talked about the garage as well, and we just went through the fence. Okay, so, I want to try to help, but I'm trying to figure out how to, you know, there's so many questions still open.
So do we want to continue to see it back, or do we want to try approving it with a number of conditions or subcommitting it? What is the commission thinking is the best way forward?
I mean, subcommittee wise, I mean, all of us, we're gonna have to jump in quick. You know, or it wouldn't be any different than coming next month, right? Right?
I just think these one-offs, I think we need to see complete applications. What are the lights? What is the landscaping? What is the material? What are the cut sheets? Because we're out here and it kills me in my schedule to change my schedule.
Yeah.
And every time we do a subcommittee, every time we do one of those
For sure.
things and trying to be customer service oriented towards them, it's very hard. And other people put together full packages and they're on point. And I think we just need to be consistent. And as a new commission, we have new commissioners. I think we have to be consistent with what we accept and also consistent with how we go about doing subcommittees or special meetings or anything out of the norm.
Understand.
And sorry about that for you,
No, it's
but
not-
we're setting up a new crew here and I just don't want to do one of
Hold
those.
hold on for 1 second. Hold on.
Okay.
So that makes, I mean, completely, that makes sense. I think that's where my heart is at too as well. It's just, you know, there's just so many, there's so many open questions. I think there was good conversation about all the buckets.
My heart's not in it, it's my brain.
I completely
I know
understand,
you.
well, just to make sure that, for sure. So I feel the same way. I mean,
Good.
And I think the key is that we try to work with the applicants, especially when they're, you know, it's a minor issue or there's just a few things, you know, a few little things missing, but this is a case where it's kind of adding up, but there's multiple items that we still need to see updated.
Yep.
Have the complete application that really triggers, let's continue, let's get it right, let's do it all.
It's read you.
Oh, yeah, okay, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, the only thing I would say is if, you know, if the fence is something that you want to move on, that would be something I'd be willing to discuss. But the other buckets, it really needs to go into, you know,
Yep,
the
I agree with
application.
that one too.
Okay.
If the fence
If
is
the
probably
fence
the
is,
only thing,
right, but if that helps, we can.
definitively say
Yeah.
and leave the plants.
Okay, sorry, guys. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, at least you heard, you know, consistency across the board and then, yes, sir.
The only question I have is, if you have an approved list of stuff for us to choose from, and you are good with those, and we say we're going to use your approved list for every single object, then I don't understand what the problem is. Is it because we don't have it in writing?
We need to know specifically. So if somebody comes back wanting to replace their windows, which was previously there, we can tell them, as well as we keep that record of what's been used on the property. we will also need the approval as well as what to know when you get the window permit. So we're dotting i's, crossing t's, making sure we have everything on record, everything's consistent from point A to point B. So you're not running into any problems, say, when you have that final building inspection, that something that was on what your drawings are, then it's not what's been installed.
And again, it's definitely not necessarily just to support and help us. It's really, we go away, and then on the back end, you deal with the building department. And so the only thing that they do is they look at the packet, and if this doesn't match this, then there's gonna be additional information, additional, work that's gonna be involved. And so our hope is that, with this additional front end dialogue, that it's smooth on the back end. So, yes, sir.
Yeah, and from owner perspective, I mean, this is a huge project that we're taking, right? In beginning the project, because it's not proved yet. I can't go out to source some like a kashi or a door or lighting. I cannot, once you guys approve it, then I can submit all the information and say, okay, your concept, your conceptual design is approved. Okay, then I understand, okay, fine. I can go ahead to get a siding, get a door, get whatever needed. But, that's, it's so hard for owner perspective, like getting everything from this project even started, I'll get everything. It's a little bit harder.
Yeah.
And also the material, you don't know if it's available or not.
Right.
When I do the design, I want to submit, it's a conceptual design, that's what I want to do, right? You guys approve, then I can go, you say, okay, approve, go ahead and get the material, I can go ahead and move forward.
So that's understandable, completely understandable. So let's just think about that. So I think you've heard the dialogue related to the addition, the general direction of the project. There's no objection, right?
Okay.
So it shouldn't stop you from being able to start that procurement process, or at least the dialogue on the procurement of this cut sheet, this material is available. Because I think that's what we're asking for too as well, to give you the certificate, right? To give you that COA, we're asking for that object, which that's your next step.
Okay.
Unfortunately, in these historic areas, some of that upfront information is being asked to be part of the application. It's a little untraditional as it relates to being outside in the suburb, areas where you may have, you have the concept that window needs to be this size, but it could be A to Z window type. In this one, it's a little bit different. There are parameters. And so you have to start with that framework of those parameters. And then if that has to change, then you would come back and you will work along HPO staff. And then the hope is on the back end, when you go for your final, there's no issues and you are occupied. So it's just a little bit different in this area.
Right.
But I don't know if does that help at all?
Yeah, and as long as you would told me first meeting, you know what, we have no objection for this addition, right? I know that's why I can go to start procurement process, we'll get a window, get kashi, we start, get stuff on order, right? Once I get an order, right, I know which one available, which one not available, so we go ahead to get your kashi stuff submitted, so you guys can see it. But in front, I don't know if the addition approved or not, right? The conceptual, it is approved or not. I don't know if you guys have objection. I don't want to go ahead to start procuring stuff.
Understandable. So the product data is definitely a mandate in terms of just to complete the application. I understand that the process may be a little bit different than what you would hope for. So, okay. So what we're planning to do is continue the application, allow you to get the information that you need, have a comprehensive, change the drawings based upon the dialogue, remove the vinyl, propose the addition, the change of the siding, apply the siding that you want for the garage, etc. And that would be for next month.
So for the siding, let me get that clear. So is the vertical hurting the siding for the addition?
They did the one that she approved, in that cut sheet she did, that approval was.
Not siding. Siding, there's no proof of siding.
Right.
There's no proof of siding this. You approve the window, shingle,
Yeah, just window and shingle.
yeah, but don't have a siding. Siding, that's what I'm asking, right? So have to go Hardy, that's fine, I can go, there's a Hardy supplier, I can go get Kashi or gonna use.
It's just their typical board and bat.
For sure. Perfect.
Then window, right?
Yeah.
But what about the lighting for the garage?
The lighting should be traditional to gooseneck lighting. Those cut sheets are pretty simple as far as that garage, typical goosenecks.
Okay, is it when I put the two on the side, I show the dimension, is okay, those?
Yeah.
You guys have no problem with that?
Just from locating them on the drawings, I think
They are.
They're on the phones now? Okay, because that, I think that's the thing
Hold
that
on,
was
I'll get
added.
one to zoom in
Okay,
here. It's a little bit lighter. If we scroll down a little bit, zoom in on the one with the doors. please.
No, right there. See right there?
Yeah, so,
You gotta zoom in after
yeah.
that.
So they are marked
Look.
here.
Yeah, right there. You see.
so just given the amount of material on either side of the door, it seemed like it would be more appropriate to do one cedar gooseneck in the gable end.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then,
Yeah, there isn't very much room.
no, it's not much room at all,
So you're gonna put on the top,
and just one on the top.
one big on the top?
Well, this is two doors, correct?
Yeah.
So would it
I
be
mean,
more appropriate? to
Two
do two doors?
smaller goosenecks.
Yeah.
Just one.
So, Kimber, your side, you remember that big lighting pole in the back, the original, and like a one door? And the one on the left, when you back up, it's lighting pole, and they have very limited space, hard to, you got easy to hit the lighting pole back there. If you will see, some picture in the back, for the garage on the left.
I was saying just the lights.
If you look at the, there's a light pole back there. Yeah, that light pole right there. So when you back out sometime, you see right there. That's why originally I prefer like single door. But you guys say, wow, tradition is two door. Then I see a bunch of like two door, one door, they're all different door in the area.
Door handles.
That must have been part of a prior conversation possibly or review.
The single versus two door?
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, typically it would just be about maneuverability, the maneuverability and width of the alley.
Yeah,
That
I
would
think
help
the alley
determine some of that.
is, what is it, 20 feet alley?
I think you should join how wide it, look, should the, like, I just wanna bring back, if, that's not a big deal. But if.
Okay.
Cause I just remember, right, cause when we back it up, there's a light pole right there, it's so hard to, it's easy to hit it.
So then it would be the two goosenecks, smaller gooseneck over on either door, and then there would probably be some door or some convenience, smaller gooseneck by the man door on the side or no?
You can see the back right there. There's there's lighting back there for the manual right there. You got some lighting drawing, other drawing. Didn't show right here,
No, there's not.
but there's a lighting drawing, go up,
Yeah, it's one of the.
right there.
Yeah.
That's show lighting,
Okay.
right there, that's all. The show the lighting plan of that.
Yeah, you see it right there.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. So that would be great to put that on the elevation. It'd be great to just add it on the elevation when it comes back and the drawings are being revised. Okay. Any additional questions or clarifications that need to be offered to help
Lighting
you?
window, right? So if I will keep, no, I think I keep existing my porch. I just keep existing, so I don't have to worry about it.
Some of the dimension.
Yeah, the garage and lighting, snack, right? Yes, that's it. All three. That's it.
There's no other potential work that's being done. There's no porch work. There's no other work that's not being shown or thought.
They have the front porch repair.
Repair, right? Repairing.
Yeah, that's, those are just repair.
Okay, repair time.
Wood got
Perfect.
damaged.
Yep.
And those are old,
Perfect.
I'm just repair, I'm not gonna,
Yep.
replace.
And the only reason they're asking the question, just to make sure that the scope is represented in the COA. So then that way, again, the back end is pretty comfortable and smooth. So, okay, helpful. So is there a motion to continue?
Motion for VV 22-07 015 1226 Forsyth Avenue to be continued.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed.
So I need to submit an extension application or,
So you have a week from today to submit for the August hearing.
okay,
If you need any additional time, you could always go to the September hearing, but you don't have that grace period.
okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we're going to application number 7,
Yes.
which is 251 West 3rd Avenue. This application is to demolish the existing concrete driveway and the landing stairs at the west side of the house. The new concrete driveway is to be installed at the rear or south of the house. New turf lawn to be installed at the west of the house with a new aluminum perimeter fence, 10-foot measure, 48 inches high. Remove the rear storm door and install a metal guard across the door opening. Guardrails to be 48 inches high from the clothing ornamental aluminum. There are variances proposed, including parking maneuvering, minimum side yard permitted, rear yard, and the ARLD area district requirements, basis of computing, which is an existing condition. Commissioners at the business meeting requested additional detailing for the proposed fence gate. Commissioners also requested additional photographs further back at the rear of the building. They wanted to see how the rear space was accessed from the alley. Additional context for the site plan was requested to verify the extent of the proposed alterations. The proposed fence condition is not typical of the area. Side yard fences should start about 2 to 3 feet back from the facade of the house or behind the first window. Staff would like to propose removing the rear parking condition and putting the turf there would be more appropriate than remove the driveway and turfing that area. Staff recommends continuing the application to allow the applicant further time to study the city code guidelines and to develop a revised design. Basis for the recommendation is City Code 3116.13, standards for site improvements, specifically A and B. City Code 3116.11, standards for alteration, specifically 1.3, 5 and 9, and the Victorian Village guidelines on fences and yards.
Thank you, Kimberly. Could you go ahead and state your name and get you sworn in?
Brenda Parker?
All right, do you agree to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sure you have some other thoughts to add to the presentation.
So I'm the architect, I'm not the homeowners. I thought they were gonna be here, so I'm not gonna be able to speak to their reasoning for why they want to swap the driveway locations, except that the side yard is a much more favorable space. Like, it's just a great environment. You feel like you're kind of in an outdoor room versus the rear. You feel like, you know, you're kind of part of the alley, and it's just not as pleasant of an environment as the side yard. So I believe that's why they were hoping to change the side yard into the turf area so they can enjoy the outdoor space versus putting it at the rear where it's a little bit not as nice. Other than that, the variances really are just to address existing conditions, except for the maneuvering, because now that we've got 2 parking spaces at the rear, there isn't quite enough space to get that 20-foot maneuvering out onto the alley.
Awesome. Thank you, very helpful. Any thoughts, comments? Is that?
So the curb cut and everything, sidewalk, that stays.
At the front,
And
correct?
they're just reclaiming the driveway and sodding it.
Yes.
Does the 20 feet of fly? I mean, it's off-street parking, but it's like a driveway condition, which is typically not.
So this variance falls into building and zoning's area of code.
Right.
So I do not have an answer. Rich, I'm going to propose to you. Did you work with the building and zoning?
Yes, I always send my information, because this is a very complicated, concept. And then it's one of those things that we could change the variance and we could request to only have 1 parking space on site, and then we would meet the maneuvering. So it's just a matter of which variance you're asking for. And they're only really gonna park 2 cars when there's an event, and there isn't on-street parking. Typically they park 1 car on the street, 1 car in the back.
I mean, I'm fine with this concept. What they're doing in the back, they have means of egress, 2 doors. I mean, I don't see anything. If they were covering up that door, they were taking away egress, but that's not the case.
And that's what I'm getting at with the maneuverability variance. It's no different than the long driveway condition where if you
Yep.
park somebody in, you're parked in, you don't have maneuvering around it. So I kind of view it in the same way. I think for that reason, I don't have an issue with that request. Maybe the only moment of pause is just the relationship between that, neighboring fence and any potential concerns with proximity and any setback or buffer there. So if it's tight, it's we have about 10 feet to the fence.
Yeah, I think the normal parking space is 9 feet. It's just that there's a wall, there's kind of a wall on each side versus that space between cars.
Right.
So yeah, they'll kind of have to, I think, squish out. But again, they say they only have to park 2 cars there during busy times.
Anything else?
No, I don't have any comments. This one's it's a little interesting. But it seems like she's worked through, I'm just kind of thinking about egress and all of those things, so.
Given the condition.
The fencing is still something that I have concerns about. The fence coming all the way out to the curb line, and I think staff noted that as well.
Yeah,
I'm not okay with that one.
that's a good call, Reed. Yes, understandable. So can we just kind of talk about that transition right now? So I'm just looking at the existing photographs and, right now, there's the lower retaining wall. And then how do we kind of complete the front, once this is done? Right.
Yeah, can you pull up the front
Good call, Reed.
photo? So I think the fence is probably gonna run on the inside of that retaining wall and then across the driveway. So we had proposed kind of a low fence up front, just kind of like the last case where, people wrap their front yards in the low fence. And then we were gonna transition to a taller fence at the rear. I wasn't sure where that demarcation needed to happen. But the goal would be that the fence kind of dies into the porch. So it starts at the kind of the porch pier, comes out, goes across the driveway, goes back to wherever point it needs to transition to a taller fence.
It's shown all the way out to the sidewalk there in your plan.
Oh, I need to pull that into the property line. That was my error. I think it definitely wants to be within the property line.
But I think not just property line, but as you described, kind of before we looked at that it's either aligned with the edge of the porch or the edge of the house.
Okay. I say we propose the porch, just to give them a little bit more.
So I'm gonna note that this is a side yard fence. Staff's recommendation would be the 2 to 3 feet back or behind the first window. Whatever's there, because side yard fences typically don't come up that front or that far up front, unless, we are going to fence the entire front yard.
Gotcha. Can you go back to the photo so we can determine where that first window would be?
Typically it's, 2 to 3 feet back, but if there's a window that you want to.
So it looks like there is a window right there, so maybe we start at the back side of the window. So it's not coming in at a weird.
And this is a lower fence than we typically see, because we typically see the privacy fence, like on the side.
Are they allowed to do the privacy fence up to that first window?
As long as the commission's okay with it. I mean, typically, side yard, that's where it's gonna
You're talking
be.
far side.
Yeah, so we're talking instead of that wrought iron fence, just doing the privacy fence a little bit farther back where it would typically be. Or would we rather see in this situation wrought iron fence?
I guess I would ask a broader question. Is the fence a must-have?
The fence is a must-have. They have a dog, so we need some sort of fence. we knew trying to bring it out into the front yard was gonna require a low fence and, you know, a more of a wrought iron feel to it. Now that if we're forced to push it back, I think they would prefer a wood privacy fence. But I know we need to come back for that. I have to ask that, but I was hoping I'd be here.
I think it's gonna be a nicer space if it's more transparent.
Me too.
Wrought iron.
Because it is really cool to have that like street opening. So let's leave it as is. With that lower height and then at the side, we can transition to a higher.
So in transitioning to the higher fence, would you keep the wrought iron material or would you transition to the like board?
No, it's still, we're proposing a black aluminum fence, just to save a little bit of money versus the wrought iron. So that is what we're proposing, is the black aluminum. We're just gonna push it back.
So yeah, we don't have the cut sheets to. No,
Little detail.
yeah, it was a little details.
Yeah, but we don't have the entire, what that low to high would look like.
Gotcha, right, okay.
I don't really understand why they want a high fence if they're just doing the wrought iron.
I kind of like this stepped out a little bit more. I'm having a hard time figuring out. It's on an alley. Where does it stop? Where is it low? Where is it high? What is the condition in the back?
I think it'd be better just all low.
I'm pretty visual, but I'm kind of confused here. So like, are we saying that along that alley, we're gonna have a low fence really tight to the house?
No, so the fence would be around this person, that's going to be turned into the turf.
Mhm.
So as the plans are drawn, the wrought iron fence is up here. It's all the way to the edge, kind of like where the sidewalk is, but
It would start at the back of the house. So it starts at the upper right corner of the house and it goes across, so there's a gate there, that's how they're gonna come in and out. And then it goes down and then we're gonna end it at the end of the first window. Yeah, up there.
so the plan would be modified a little bit, so it wouldn't be all the way out to where the sidewalk is.
I think it should all be low then.
Me too.
Yeah.
I agree.
I mean, would there be an alternative that you allow to come further out, but it continues in front of the house?
I think it would be low also.
Well, it'd be low for sure, but if you wanted to expand that yard, that would be the way to achieve it, is it doesn't return back, it needs to complete in front, which also means you probably need to complete that stone wall, all the way across.
Yeah.
You're essentially extending that front yard treatment that then wraps around into the side.
I mean, I think if you can pull it back past the front of the porch, that's probably.
That's the easy solution.
Right, that's reasonable. And to your point, I was gonna suggest the same thing, of having the stonework kind of continue to make it look like consistent. I don't think you have to push it all the way back behind the first window. Because then you.
Well,
Yes, I propose that
porches,
we take it to the porch, like center it on the porch column. And that's our starting point. So we don't get into the stone walls. It's still set back from the sidewalk. It's still gonna be a low fence. It's gonna be open.
And I think,
That gives them that gives them more yard space.
given the massing and the height of the porch wall there, that's probably okay.
Yeah, I could be okay with that. Materials, having not had a lot of history, we got aluminum fencing that's kind of been.
It's just kind of, materiality, it would be more so looking at that product data and just kind of understanding its visual. I mean, so there's a lot of variety of different aluminum fences.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like.
It's in the packet. It's just a simple, really super simple rail.
Is it something we
They
can
not-
do for?
It's not some issues with things coming up, but you do have.
We do have,
Yeah,
we do
I
have,
have.
we do.
We're having some problems that are coming up on the screen.
So it's just the simple rail that has, double top. Has like a
That's
2 inch
something
by
we've
2
sorted
inch
before.
post.
The aluminum? We typically see wrought iron.
Correct.
I don't recall any aluminum fences in recent memory.
Maybe on.
You know what, I hate to be a devil's advocate, but if this was my place, I would pull that out, I would get rid of the wall, and I would put my fence around the property, and I could go from the side lawn to the front porch and back and forth, and I could animate my whole yard.
Right.
So don't worry about the wall, take that all out and reclaim that as yard. That's what I would do.
So are you talking about along the front too, or just that side?
Talking about the front, I'm
Go the
talking
whole
about the
front.
whole thing, so it becomes, the yard becomes an L.
I think that wall is low enough that it could, they extended it.
Yeah, but I think I would just take it out, so your yard is perfect for the siding.
The only thing there is that you have the existing slope of the driveway, that the wall may be an opportunity to kind of level everything out.
I don't think they can work the details. If I'm having a party or something
Yeah.
like that, the idea that I have to go through a gate to get to the porch, from the porch to the
Right,
gate,
right.
I would animate my whole yard.
I think it would look more appropriate. Have the fencing, have, Jeff is suggesting, we'd have, we're essentially sitting here redesigning this, but,
Which we're not supposed to do.
Right,
And
right,
I
so-
said I was just being
Yeah.
the devil's advocate.
We also don't have the homeowners here. that-
Right. So, I think we're
Exactly.
getting out ahead.
So she has billable hours, man.
And I guess I do challenge the transition from wrought iron to the aluminum.
Okay.
It's almost easier to pull off a transition from wrought iron to wood than it is the two different metal products that are going to be a near miss.
Right, because they did a wrought iron on their porch.
Yeah.
They did a nice job on the
That was
top.
really pretty, it was nice.
I mean, they really
Yeah,
did.
for sure.
That's the reason why they didn't want to pay the price to do their whole yard. I
Got
do
it.
know that. But if that's what they have to do, that's what they have to do.
Well, I think there's options. I think the point is that as proposed, the fence is not appropriate. We've offered up some suggestions of things to think about. Are we able to maybe separate that component out of the application for a,
Well, I don't know if it needs to be separated. It seems like it would just be, because I don't, since the homeowner's not here.
Yeah, I need to go back to the client. We're gonna
Yeah.
have to continue this. I've got the feedback.
Yeah, I think this,
I'll go back to the client, let them know what was discussed, and then we'll go from there.
okay. Is there any other, I think there's been a lot of suggestions and such, but is it clear as far as where maybe some of those thresholds, depending on the conversation that you have with the homeowner?
Yep, completely understand. The great thing is that you're kind of generally on board with the concept. So now we just need to hash through the details.
Okay, very helpful then. So is there a motion to continue?
motion for BB 22-07 016-251 West Third Avenue to be continued.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed. Thank you, ma'am.
Before you go, just so I'm covering all my bases with everybody. You've got a week from today to submit for
Got it.
August.
I heard that the last night.
Yeah, fantastic. Let's make sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Commissioners, do we need to take a quick break?
Just-
Okay, before we move on,
Yes, please.
we are queuing up number 8 then, which is 17 to 25 West Hubbard. We will do that once we're back from our quick break, which will be less than 5 minutes. So
Yes.
Yes, perfect.
7, 8, 8. So we're still missing 2 and 6, right? No, 6 came up, just 6 came, just number 2.
Yeah, I thought we were shooting for 7 o'clock.
Yeah,
we are.
we're gonna have to pick up the pace here.
Relax. What happened?
They said 6 o'clock.
I hope that doesn't get out there.
I know, we don't want that. I'm talking.
That's why I muted it at first.
He barely handled us.
Alrighty, so resuming our hearing, we are on to number 8, which is 17 to 25 West Hubbard Avenue. This application is variances, including the height district, vision clearance at intersections of street and alleys, visibility of bicycle parking areas, minimum number of loading spaces, and the C4 permitted uses to allow the ground floor residential and residential accessory uses. Commissioners at the business meeting wanted to confirm that the proposed height variance would not box in the proposed building. If the dimensions and any of the variances are changed, then revised variances do need to be brought back with commission review and recommendation. Staff does recommend continuing the application to allow the applicant further time to develop and revised design. And I will note for the commission, I did add an additional variance that had been forgotten between the business meeting and the hearing. So just you're aware, there is an extra, you're not miscounting. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.14, the standards for demolition, 3116.12, the standards for new construction. And I will note that we did receive a public comment from the Short North Civic Association with their opinion on the proposal as well. You've all received it. I did want to note that for the record.
Thank you, Kimberly. All right. Go ahead and state your names, and then we'll get you guys sworn in.
Abby Stiers, architect.
Wood.
Tyler Poole with the Wood Companies.
Mike Shaman, chairman for the applicant.
Perfect. Do you guys agree to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Perfect.
Mike, do you want me to pull you up an extra chair over here? Okay.
Thank you very much for asking.
Okay, perfect. Anything else you want to walk us through? Variances or just thoughts on anything that's been received or
Yeah.
communicated?
I guess I would just kind of say, we're here, we didn't have enough time, we didn't feel like adequately prepared for the balance of the conversations regarding the architecture of the building and the refinement of it. But there is kind of a long lead time to get into city council for the variance process. We're at risk of advancing more costs on the design as we move forward, and we want to get in that placeholder with the city council. And therefore, we wanted to get here and try to get approval for the variances to come here before we go city council over here. So that's, I think our goal is to get back next month with design. We understand that we're not going to have an approved project, even with the approval of the variances until you approve the design. So we really feel like you've got that, security that, the process is not going to be restricted by your approval of the variances. This is similar to what we did at the Parkside on Pearl development, where we had to get out front of the variances and get on the agenda. So that's really all we're trying to do tonight.
Very helpful. Anything else, Mark?
Yeah, I think we can be responsive to any questions or comments, but just kind of want to give you the spirit of what we're here for.
Thank you, sir. That was one of my questions, guys, is just trying to understand, I haven't been a participant in any project that has the variances prior, so I was hopeful to kind of talk that through today a little bit. And you said the Parkside project?
Yeah, Parkside on Pearl, which we've broken ground on across the street in the Italian Village. We kind of went through that same process of having to get variances, and so we had gotten far enough with the concept to kind of say this is where we're headed, but we didn't have full design approval, as I remember.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So we could get on the agenda for the BTA and those types of things. So that's really what we're trying to achieve here today, knowing that there's a project that still has to be approved by you, but nothing's going to happen until you approve it.
And maybe I wasn't paying attention. What was said at the business meeting? The comments, did you read those?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't.
Yeah, Commissioners present just wanted to confirm that the proposed height variance will not box in the proposed building. So there was worry that, say, you did approve it at 180 feet, and then as the design kind of evolved and say they lowered it to 160 feet, if that would need to come back for review.
Approving an absolute that there
Right,
could be
I
an
get it.
8-foot building, but it could potentially be, by code, be up to that.
I get it, and I'm okay with the concept. They're going towards. Sean?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to understand, just, that's really, just, it was more processes, it was just a little bit non-conventional, understandable, so I was just trying to understand, from that standpoint, so I don't really have any concerns. I know staff had made a recommendation to continue, so I just didn't know if there was something that we were missing.
So we typically see the variances hand in hand with the design. I'm going to leave it up to the commission with what their comfort level is. You know, if the applicant has, you know, is okay coming back if they need to. As they said, it is a long process to get on council variances. So if the commission's okay with what's being proposed, they need for recommendation and with the potential of them coming back to update as needed.
Good. Pointing out that it's a 2.5, 3 month lead time to get on the council variance. And then just like Mark said, you know, you're not boxed into anything because we're not asking for a COA. It's just for these variances to get on an agenda.
Yeah, understandable.
And we fully expect to be here for design probably in August and September. And, you know, we will be seeing you several times as we refine the design, which is what we presented last time.
Okay, that's clear. Is there anything else that we want to talk through about? Obviously, there was some information that was shared, letters, etc. Is there anything that we need to talk through about?
Not that
Okay.
not that I'm concerned with.
Yeah, in terms of the Short North letter, I think a lot of it, one about the demo, which we've already, we haven't given a final approval on what's going in its place, but I think we've vetted out kind of that process a bit. I appreciate their commentary on that. Again, don't take that lightly in terms of the demolition. And I think the height too, I kind of, there were some comments about the view from Park Street that I don't necessarily agree with, but I think it's something as the design continues forward to be sensitive to those concerns and that we're not just looking at this building for what it is, where it is, but looking at it in its full context, that we can see some views from Park, from these other locations to kind of help get everybody comfortable with the scale.
Yeah, we've been through this exercise and we've learned a lot.
Yes.
So I think we've been looking at this holistically through the whole process. So I'm fine with this. I really am.
And I will note when we come to the final approval of the building, I will probably be asking why we are approving it, because it might not fit in exactly with state code guidelines. But I will leave it up to the commission to be able to, state, X, Y, Z, for this is why we're approving this and this, and we're okay with that.
Awesome. All right, well, there's no more dialogue. Can we have a kind of a motion to recommend the variances as submitted?
Sure. Get back to it though.
Motion for.
There you go. I'm old.
BB 22 07 017, 17 through 25 West Hubbard Avenue, for recommendation of variances as submitted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Awesome. Any more dialogue? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys. Good luck.
All right, number 9 is, all right, no, we already did number 9. Okay, number 10 is 870 Denison Rear. This application is conceptual. Again, it includes the proposed demolition of the existing 3-unit structure, new construction of a 33-foot by 37 and 1.5-inch wide 3-unit building. Siding proposed is the 110 true exterior, poly ash channel siding, and hardy siding shingle. Location includes removing the existing black walnut tree and plant 2 new trees, and install 2 parking pads between the existing house and proposed row house. Proposed variances are the R4 permitted uses, the area district lot width requirement, the area district requirement, the 2,500 square foot dwelling unit required, the basis for imputing area, fronting, maximum side yards required, minimum side yards required, and rear yard. So a fire occurred in February of 2021. Notice of unsafe building was issued in March of 2021. The only COA which has been issued has been to board up windows, and that was done in February of 2022. Only 1 unit appears to be fire damaged, as shown by the photos. The others have suffered water damage from the extinguished fire. Keep in mind the staff report was done before or in tandem with the site visit. So some of this is rehashing what was previously stated last month, couple months ago. Time blurs. The commission has requested photos from before the fire. It was noted by the applicant during the business meeting that the auditor's website does have some. So I've included that photo and material, as well as a couple of shots from Google Street View. The site visit was scheduled and executed as well. So we all went. I did not include many additional photos because the applicant very well documented the interior of that in previous review. The staff recommendation is to offer design feedback that can be utilized at a future hearing. Basis for recommendation is 3116.14. The standards for demolition, 3116.12, standards for new construction. And then I've got some other sections of code that have come up in other discussions regarding this, but are not necessarily pertinent to the review.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Kimberly. Appreciate it. Can you state your names, get you sworn in?
My name is Gary Alexander. I'm the architect.
Crystal Fleming, owner.
Do you tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Perfect. Turn it over to you guys for.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
We'd like to cover 3 topics with you tonight. One is approval of the demolition. Secondly, support for the variances, and some feedback on the building. And because we are under a time constraint, not just with the variances, as you heard, with the previous applicant, but the building department, we only have 90 more days to keep the building up. The building department COA can be renewed, I think for 4 90-day increments. So today is the filing for the last 90 days. So we're not going to get through the variance process. And whether we work with this building, as I discussed in the last meeting, or raise the building, we need the same variances. So we're hoping you can, and I know at the last meeting, I know Commissioner Hisson wasn't here, and so I'll go through all that information again. Last meeting, I think everyone agreed on the board that demolition was warranted. But I'll go through those issues again tonight. But hopefully we can discuss the demolition, see if you'll support the variances, and get some feedback on the building. We did take this approach, and Kimberly, I think it may have been before you were the staff liaison on a carriage house. And Chairman Hisson Chairman Conyers and Commissioner Hisson were on the board at that time for a carriage house on buttons that required a number of variances. So you did give us the support to go forward with the variances. We came back multiple times to revise the design. So I don't think we're asking for something that at least you haven't done for us before. So talking a little bit about process, that's about process. Now about the facts of the building. As you heard, the front porch that you see was completely destroyed by the fire. One of the reasons, and we've evaluated both keeping this building or what we can of this building, and I'll discuss that, or demolishing
we can keep the building, but there are some qualifications. First of all, the porch is gone, one of the most significant historic features of the building. The entire front wall of the structure needs to be rebuilt. If you're on the site visit or you've been out, you'll see that the stone or the upper part of the brick is listing out. It's not plumb. So it's fundamentally unsafe. There are voids throughout the front elevation. Water, not just from the fire, but over time, has got in between the two courses of brick. So the walls are pulling apart. You'll see voids below all the windows at the second floor. There's foundation crack as well. All the doors and windows, with two exceptions, are gone. All the interior walls are gone. So there's not much of the historic fabric left in the building. The building elements that do remain are substandard. So even though we can enhance their performance, it will still result in a mediocre building regardless of the design. The walls are 2 wides of brick, unreinforced. They are not, there are a few courses that do bond them together, but there's no mortar between. So it's an unreinforced wall. The walls are uninsulated, so all the perimeter walls are going to require at least another 3.5 inches. Every header over an opening, every header that's in masonry is supported with wood. So every opening, the ones we keep on the back, will need to be rebuilt with lintels. So the quality of masonry there is clearly substandard. The masonry is not supported by the floor roof system either. The floor framing and the roof framing is simply pocketed in. There's no sill plate that allows us to reinforce the connection between the floors and walls. So those walls are just, essentially 2 independent courses of brick with structure toothed in. Now, there are ways, and we've had an engineer, we've had multiple contractors, there are ways we can improve that. Will it be as good as what we would build today? No. It still will not make up for the reinforcement of the wall. The floor framing is 2x8, and so, and because the stairs are not compliant, a lot of floor framing needs to be reworked, and it's going to need to be supplemented because it's all 2x8 floor framing. The framing of the roof is clearly substandard by today's code, and the roof and ceiling are not joined. So there's no stability, there's no way to actually anchor the roof from being essentially sucked off in a major storm. And so that's the framing. And then the foundation. If you look at some of the photos or you're on the tour, you'll see in some areas the foundations are really concave because that early concrete has very little cement and a big aggregate, and over time it's just worn out. And there's some thorough seal. We could patch that, but it's not going to be a structural bond if we patch it. So the fabric, if we keep 3 sides, you still work with that fabric of the building, is still not good, even though we can enhance it. So we feel the best solution out from what we're told. Now, as I said last time, everyone here seemed to agree with us. So we'd like to tear it down. Can someone work with it? Yeah, but it's not going to be a good building if we do that. So those are the issues regarding why we're requesting the demolition. Those variances are all required. Zoning has evaluated the proposal and said, because so much work, if you kept that building, because over 60% of the floor area of the building is going to be modified, and there's nothing inside, so they treat it as a new building. So all those variances that we listed are required for this building that exists today to be remodeled, as well as the new building that we're proposing. This building, if we remodeled it, we don't have to add parking. With the new building, we're able to add 2 of the 3 parking spaces that are required on site. So one benefit of the new building is we'll get a little bit of parking there. The footprint of the new building is identical at the first floor. footprint of the enclosed space is identical to the footprint of this structure. So we're not trying to overbuild on site. And we prepared, after the business meeting, and there were some questions about that, we prepared a drawing that compares the two. And you will see in that drawing, and maybe you will see in that, and I have a, there it is. Here we go. So if you actually look at the plans, the extent of the existing building on the left with the porch on it is slightly longer than the building that we're proposing with our stoops and stoop at the back. So we're not increasing the mass of the building. We slightly taller because the parapet. We've even lowered the floor slightly to try to reduce the bulk that a new building could create there. So that's how we've derived the mass of the new building. Let's talk a little bit about the details of the new building. Most of the buildings in that part are frame buildings. They're not masonry buildings when you're backing that out. So we think it's more appropriate in that setting to actually have a framed building. Most of the buildings that you see standing in front of that building have cedar shakes. The building to the left has a cedar shake with about a 1 foot exposure. So that's why we were proposing, and here again, the building is just conceptual. We'll fine tune this, but we're proposing the channel siding because it has a strong horizontal reading, like the building to the left, with the approximately 12-inch exposure cedar shakes. The smaller shakes are used to create a sense of a bay because two of the other buildings across the alley also incorporate cedar shakes. So, and on the right side of the building, as you look at that image, which is adjacent to the alley, because of fire code requirements, we cannot have any openings on the right side. Currently, the existing building has one opening. So you'll see we've just tried to create some relief on that side with another bay created by the cedar shakes. So that's a little bit about the second story in the back does cantilever out beyond the first floor, just because the program requirements, the second floor are a little bit greater. But we thought that covered stoop at the back of each unit makes a nice place for people to keep bikes, things like that under cover back there. So the second floor does project out slightly beyond. So I'm happy to answer any questions here.
So, thank you, Gary. All right, so we just, obviously broke it down into 3 components. So we got the demolition, the variances, and then just any feedback on the overall building and proposed building. So can we just kind of touch on let's just take it in that order.
I just want to talk over, because I think I missed one meeting.
That's exactly. Yep.
All buildings in that surrounding area are poor examples of architecture of any merit. The only building that has merit is that building right there. That's number one. Number two is I'm okay with demolishing it, but why don't we just replicate what we have there and adjust the floor plan, have a porch. Porches are front porches are very important to anyone. Even if you're on an alley, people like a front porch. And instead of, trying to make it something it isn't, replicate the building.
Isn't that what code in any preservation district says not to do? Is to rebuild something that's there. I think the first line in the document that Kimberly put together says it should be a modern building. It should be indicative of its time. And so now, can we tune this? Yes. Do I think the existing building is a good example? Look at the composition of the openings on that front elevation. I don't think you'd let any student get away with composing openings like they have on the front elevation of that building. Now, maybe the detail at the top of the existing building is kind of nice, and the headers are kind of nice, but the logic of the placement of those openings leaves a lot to be desired. So, and porch that was across that, it's a porch and it certainly has an important social function. And the opportunity for surveillance of the community, I agree, is really valuable. But, yeah, so could this be changed and there's a porch? Yeah, possibly, but I don't want to replicate something that's, I think that's,
You can't put a porch on your proposition.
we could change. Now, that's why I'm here.
I mean, what I see over the front door is a cantilever thing that 2 foot of snow, unless it's really reinforced, is gonna be put under a lot of stress.
There'd be.
And drip and all that stuff. People like porches. I'm not talking about, you have to invest $3 million to change this thing. I'm talking about some vocabulary that brings it back.
We can.
I'm not saying change this whole design. And you're gonna kill me for this.
No, you're fine.
I'm not even, if we can get a decent design, I don't even have problems with making some square footage above.
Understand. And I think that.
So I would much rather have something that works than trying to work within the parameters of this building that the structural integrity of it, it's gonna take more time to solidify it and make it whole than it is to really focus on a new building in that alley corner situation.
And so, Jeff, this is great dialogue, because we didn't really get necessarily into, what the proposition would be if there was, if this was the intent. Really, it was more a discussion about the intent about density, right? And if demolition was being considered, what would be? And it was just discussed that it would most likely be something that would be in kind in terms of its density. So today,
Yeah, we're not trying.
so today is the first time all of us, and so we're all on the same. I just want to be sure that we caught you up from the comments. This is the first time that this dialogue really has taken place. So,
Because I see 2.5, I could easily see 2.5.
yeah, understandable.
Half unit on top. So I have some kind of entity. I mean, I would rather see something more thought out architecturally and a little bit traditional, keeping within where it is, but those constraints of square footage, it gets added on top.
So I know
We haven't discussed this, but that's my thought.
No, that's why we're here, and that's why we wanted to do this, sir. We wanted to do this in phases tonight, because we want your input, like the product come about, we'll come back on the phase.
So demolition, I mean, it seems like this is pretty simple now. All three of us, from the evaluations and the documentation and the structural information that was provided, I think all of us, including staff, kind of understood.
It's like the mercantile.
Did you guys, was the information that you saw in terms of the integrity of the structure, did you feel,
I mean.
was there any concerns, I
I
guess?
mean, if there was an unlimited budget, could you?
You could save anything.
Yeah, you could save anything,
Right.
but I mean, it is at what point, do you call it?
Yep.
That's
And
correct.
I'm gonna leave that up to the
Okay,
commission.
and I just wanted to be sure that I wasn't talking out, just because you had the opportunity to listen. So, okay, so I don't think the demolition is any question.
Nope.
Variances, is there any concerns on the variances?
Okay.
No. All right, because again, there just needed, I think the biggest thing is, given the 60% rule, this project is gonna have to be slated, it's gonna have to be reviewed, et cetera, as a new building. So, I mean, so Gary is correct in terms of, working through energy code requirements, all of those things, and that's gonna be a challenge. So, so now let's just have dialogue just regarding helping advance the proposal. Okay.
So you heard what I said.
Yeah, it's fine, we'll take it, revise it.
Does
I can, I just want to be sure. Okay, so, obviously not this. We understand that this was just, some dialogue, to be able to get today. I'm open, I agree with Jeff, I'm open to materiality, all of those items. brick, not brick, I think I agree in terms of vocabulary though. I think that that would be,
So when you say vocabulary, are you talking elements like the porch?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
not so much
Yeah.
detail of the brick.
that's correct. I think for me, I'm thinking the use, how that, how this building's presence offers, its use, is it welcoming? Is it, people still hanging out on the porch? Is it, does it still have those programmatic elements that would fit contextually?
Yeah.
In
And,
setting?
and quite frankly, I don't see brick because of the conditions.
I mean, if we want, we can go on Google Street View and see what's around, because for the code, where brick predominates in nearby structures, new construction should be of brick. If frame predominates.
But actually, I don't think there's brick back there. And
Well, there's nothing on that alley specifically facing that alley except for this building.
well, no, I'm talking about the outbuildings and the other buildings around it. I don't
Okay.
think there's solid brick anywhere.
It'd be good to just check the box.
But let's just check the box.
Let's check the box and make sure, because there has been, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the other buildings that you see from that alley are, as I said, cedar shaped. They're different types. There's one that has 12-inch exposure. There's one that's a random pattern or smaller exposure. That's the front.
Yeah, let's go
You
back.
can go down the alley, it takes some finagling.
So that's our corner, or that's our intersection. actually.
So there's, yes, you can see the grayish blue building is the one with it has about the 12-inch exposure material. And then the brown building on the left of the screen, that has a shake. See that?
No, it will not go.
And that building, the red, look, that's a thin cut, it's colored stone shakes, which I'm obviously to duplicate that, so.
So I think that back condition is more attuned to a wood structure, outbuilding, whatever you want to say, versus solid brick. I think that's kind of talks to back to front, front to back.
Your comments suggest you want something that looked more like, as opposed to a modern derivation of a vernacular looking
Yep,
structure. Is that?
that's a good,
That's a good-
yes,
Sure.
Okay.
yes.
I mean, as far as, adjustment, just kind of thinking about adjustment to the footprint slightly, or being able to get something work from a code perspective, utilization of, being able to get windows articulated, things like that. I think that the quality of the space and the quality of the building, I think would warrant some slight adjustments to the footprint. And not necessarily in terms of density and program, but just be able to resolve some of the things that you're going to have to deal with for a new code perspective.
Well, we can only make it deeper, we can't make it wider, because.
Yeah, and the other thing that's interesting is, you're talented and I think you can work within these parameters. When I do that 360 around, I see all those parking lots either becoming carriage houses or something as density goes up around here. So I'd much rather have a leader on the corner that can speak to what gets developed around.
Are you okay, we try to avoid a pitch roof on here because the height, and I don't want to create a great pitch roof with a flat top. So is the flat roof with parapet walls, is that?
I think it's fine.
Anybody have, okay, so you have.
That's fine with me.
I actually was a little concerned about that because all of the other framed houses in the area are pitched roofs. The only thing that's got flat spaces are masonry buildings. I agree that, if we're trying to keep the same form of what's there, a pitched roof doesn't make sense. But I also think that, that's kind of one of the issues I think I have with the proposed structures, it just, the rectangular form of it in framing just doesn't feel right for that spot. Right, I mean, you have the garage across the street where we've got a masonry garage that's kind of mirroring the architecture of this building. Not that I want to, not that I like that garage, but you kind of, maybe see where I'm coming from a little bit. So.
Understandable. No, I'm just writing things down, man. I agree today. I think that's good comments from us there. And then as, obviously that's a challenge from that perspective, but, so.
I think a porch type structure will go a long way to dealing with that, to get some of those angles, and you probably can still get away with the flat roof. That might be a way to handle it. But something worth considering.
Actually, what I could see, playing the devil's advocate again, I could see 3 units, almost like pencils, with a higher piece in the back and some outdoor space to the front. So I would have a parapet like it is. I would see my porch on the ground, and then I would have this element. And I think that would be value added in my case.
No complaints. I guess it just seems like the team, what I'm hearing, I guess, is the team is open, from that perspective. So, Gary, I mean, just kind of thinking about steps. I mean, don't feel like you got to come back to us with, a final design to be able to help that dialogue to progress. You know what I mean? So, I think the 2 biggest things being able to, like you did, I think which is smart, is at least get the demolition and the variances, at least in front, out of the way. And now it's really about refining this element that gives you confidence to be able to move forward. So,
Well, I think it's not putting undue pressure on you. I mean, to come back with a couple of different options for us to, to kind
No,
of
I'm
spitball.
I always generate options anyways, so.
Because I don't know if I'm sold on
completely
pitch or non-pitch, and I like the idea of the porch, but the porch stretched out over those proportions is just kind of weird. And so, is there some way of breaking down the scale of that in terms of that elevation somehow, but still achieving that goal? So and I think seeing a couple of different solutions would be helpful.
Okay, I'd like to clarify, if you're going to see a couple different solutions, would you like to see that as conceptual or as an action item? Because I don't want our applicant caught off guard for where I'm putting them on the agenda.
Oh, got you. So right now, are they in? I guess this is a question, because right now they're in conceptual right now.
Yes, they're in conceptual right now.
Okay.
But typically, we have a conceptual review, maybe 2, and then we move to an action item.
I see.
So if we do the multiple options, does the commission want to see it again as a conceptual, so we can take a little more time discussing, so we don't feel the pressure we need to choose X, Y, Z?
Well, usually we have, so conceptual, we talk about these things. Next time around, conceptual, we have option 1, option 2, option 3. We say we like a la carte A, B, or C, or this one is right, this is spot on. And then they go off on their way and produce what they need to produce. And then we say yay or nay. But I think if we go that way, don't take liberty with this. I don't want to come back. I don't want to see 5 floors on this thing.
I'm gonna start a GoFundMe. So everyone can actually design it. It'll save us money.
Yeah, definitely.
We're open.
The only thing that I'm really adamant about is some type of porch. I think it's important.
I was gonna say, I think, there's probably been maybe the extra meeting in here, but that last meeting, Sean, as you mentioned, we really didn't get into this at all, because it's purely about should this historic structure come down or not. And so we've gotten past that hurdle, and now we can.
I think from our point of view, it'd be beneficial if the next review was another conceptual review. So we don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Well, I wanted to make sure it wasn't holding up your schedule as well.
Well, because I'm assuming we can go ahead once, because we'll get the certificate of appropriateness with demolition. So we can go ahead.
You won't get that until we have a final design.
is there any, because the building department, here's our crux.
So the building department needs COA from us before they demo it.
That's correct.
I mean, we can talk department to department, because I
Yeah,
think it's been a little bit of.
Yeah, when we start this process, yeah, we're willing to, if we can keep the building up, but they're putting pressure on us to take the building down. So and here's the way this started. The building department says, no, because we've said this is unsafe building, you don't need you don't need the district's approval, the commission's approval. And we need your approval for any new building. So from my point of view, it didn't matter what they said. We need to work with you. So that's why the building is still standing. We didn't take it down when they told us to take it down. So our goal is to try to work with you, but if they're, I don't know what's gonna happen in 30 days when they say, whether there's gonna be a fine if we have to pay now, because this will be the fourth 90-day period.
Which we're still in the process of getting, so that's.
So, I mean, that's our dilemma. And it would be safer for the community if we leveled the building, right?
So Kimberly, would you, I mean, just understandable, and because that's just kind of their normal process, right? Is there a possibility of being able to have that conversation with, that shows that they're actively working with the commission to resolve?
Sure, but I mean, keep in mind, the unsafe building order was issued in March of 2021. We're just seeing it now.
Okay, gotcha. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the problem is, if you want to know the timeline, the problem was with COVID, get the insurance company out there, get the insurance company to make any sort of decision or evaluation of the building took forever. So we were already into the second 90-day period, towards the end of that second 90-day period, when we finally got evaluation.
We just got the insurance on that, which was only like $280,000 coverage. We just got it 2 months ago.
So I think we
It took a
engage
year and
them
a
and
half.
find out. And if the commissioners have to get engaged, that's fine also, because I think I think it's a conversation, it's not black and white.
Yeah, I know. And it's not for us, we're in the middle. And I think it's better if the two city bodies, do it. We'll keep it up, as long as you want us to keep it up. But
Yeah, that's just kind of our normal process from the
Yeah.
standpoint of demolition.
I think
so-
I think we've gone over some major hurdles, and I think the design process can go fairly quickly.
Like, what do
We
you
move along and everyone's.
it's not gonna be a big building, yeah, I don't think it's gonna be a complicated design process, but, okay.
Right, and that would include variances would kind of follow that notion.
Well, the variances, since you've given us tentative approval, we're gonna file for the variance within the next few days.
So Kimberly, that's one item, right? Because right now it's conceptual. That wasn't an action item, from the variances. I mean, what's your thought about shifting those, and being able to shift those forward to be able to get on?
So from a staffing perspective, I've only had one time where the commission has moved a conceptual to an action item at hearing that's been around variances.
Okay.
I am not sure what the department's stance on that is, just because I haven't had that asked in a while.
The only thing they ask us to submit as a part of that application is the site. So we do not submit them any elevations of the building. It's just a site plan as a part of our drawings.
So that would be the only item. So you said you have, you've had
It's
one.
once, it has been, it was back in 2019, I do believe.
Okay. You understand, so
I'm not saying it was the right view.
I understand. So there's 3 items: demolition, variances, and building. So I think they were hopeful that they would get some movement on the demolition. That can't happen because we don't have the object, just given the cadence of that. The variances, right now it's a conceptual review. So it wasn't an action item. So the tentative conversation of us not having any issues with it still wouldn't give them the information that they need if they were going to start pursuing that process. So I'm just talking it through.
You got it.
Yeah. Okay. Time-wise, if we keep this together, is that gonna be a problem for you guys in the steps that you need to?
Well, I think we definitely would want, if we could, if our next meeting, if we could take the variance item out. Because as you discussed in your previous, with the council variance, there's no telling. Staff says they'll turn their report around in 2 months, but that doesn't mean they'll put it on the council agenda. So there's no telling how long that would be. It keeps the building up longer. It's not great for the community, so if we could at least get the variance moving along.
And the
Especially
variances
if
are-
that's gonna put us into winter, and we already have a huge issue with spotters in there. I mean, we're boarding it up every other week,
Let's see. So,
and that's it's an unsafe, you guys saw that. It's not safe to be in there, and they just keep going all the sides.
would that give you enough time to kind of, if, how it's submitted next month, if it's broken apart that way, would it give us enough time to address any concerns related to the variances being pushed ahead of the demolition?
I think so,
Okay.
because, I mean, next month, you just submit it all at once, just add a little note either in your email or on the application, just split it. I'll probably remember anyways, because we're talking about it
Variances as a, so.
now. And the commissioners have, I'm not saying they will, move some variances down before this is meeting, but that's not a guarantee they will do it again. But I'm saying it's a possibility.
The variances will require regardless, meaning that the demolition or not. You understand it?
Yes,
Oh,
I mean, my thing is they're gonna have to have variances anyway.
That's correct.
And if anything that's new is proposed, it's gonna
That's correct.
change those, they're gonna have to go back.
Exactly. So, okay, we're on the same page. Perfect. Okay. All right, so then next month, then you would approach your application in that manner. Okay,
Okay,
so it would still be conceptual, but then you would have an action item on the variances.
So when I arrange the agenda, I'll put them both together. So you're not like at the beginning of the meeting, then at the end. So you want to be here the entire time.
and is it possible, say, our design process is a little slower, is it possible to just separate them and come back to the action item for the variances?
So I think that's what we're saying, right? So,
Okay.
meaning
Yeah,
that,
that's fine, as long as you're okay, if we're just gonna show for the variance, and we'll handle the bill next week.
right,
Yeah,
exactly,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's fine.
Allow you to go ahead and push that forward, just given that long lead time item and such, and hopefully you can start to make some steps forward and getting the unsafe conditions kind of remedied, so, okay?
Okay,
All right.
thanks.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're moving on to agenda item number 11. This is 1015 North High Street. Another conceptual for the exterior modification to change the mansard roof to a flat roof. Update the exterior building to a more modern design. The west elevation would have the stucco revealed. East elevation and the main panel, that's glazing, and a new storefront in the existing opening. North elevation would have brick integrated wall mounted lighting. South elevation would consist of brick, stucco, and a new window, one is already existing. And the modification needs parking, striping. A future application would include the details of landscaping and graphics. Commissioners at the business meeting requested product information for the proposed materials. That's been supplied by the applicant. The commission needs to decide if the proposed structure is a contributing structure. The Historic Preservation Office considers properties 40 years older historic. This structure was built in 1980, but its effective year built was 1988. So HPO is going from the effective year built and does not consider it to be contributing. There are a number of different materials proposed. Are these combinations appropriate, or should the siding materials be simplified? Commissioners should offer design feedback for use at a future meeting. Basis for recommendation, City Code 3116.11, these standards for alteration.
Thank you, Kimberly. Can you guys state your name for the record? Get you sworn in?
Jeffrey Fox, owner.
Brad Parrish, Archall Architects.
Perfect. Can you tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. Can you guys
Well,
walk us
let's
through?
start off. We're excited about the purchase of this property at 1015 North High Street, although it's not the most attractive building as you drive down High Street. We own the property just north of there at 1033 North High Street, which we operate a medical center and a pharmacy out of and have for about 10 years. We believe that the acquisition and renovation of this project will help further our mission, which is culturally accommodating here for all and asset to the neighborhood. Our goal would be to take our current pharmacy, which exists in 1033, and move it to this location so we can expand medical services in 1033. The benefits of moving our pharmacy here are, there's a couple of reasons. It gives us better access for patients for the pharmacy in a couple ways, just getting in and out of the pharmacy. We are proposing also offering additional services with a drive-through that's already exists in the building. This also gives us greater visibility. We have kind of an identity problem with our pharmacy because I think a lot of people don't know that we operate a pharmacy. They think it's just a medical center. So having a freestanding building that's actually the pharmacy, I think will allow us to attract more people in the community and continue to further our mission. So with that.
So with that, when we started to look at this, obviously the drive-through was a major component for their attraction for purchasing this, that it was an existing condition. We started looking at the elevations. Obviously, none of us felt that the green sloped roof was the real detriment to the elevations, and they wanted to have that removed and have a sort of more contemporary design with their sort of brand that they're offering here in the neighborhood. With that, we also started to study the floor plan, the actual pharmacy and the uses within the building. We have to expand on the backside to fill all of the needs and the programmatic elements that are necessary to exist for the pharmacy in this location. So we are proposing a small addition on the backside that would be in the same size as the existing portion. As far as the building elevations, obviously we wanted to give a lot of presence on the High Street corridor here with sort of the modern, fascia coming around, reusing the openings that were existing in the building, but dropping them all the way to grade so that you can have some nice transparency into the pharmacy from High Street, at least on the front of the building, and have from the parking lot a real denoted entrance for all the customers to come in. The back portion of this building is a little bit more solid. It has the brick base, sort of water table around it, and then stucco above there. Reason being that there are no windows or anything in the backside. This is where the pharmacy actually exists with, all the medications and the cooling the refrigerators and stuff for the medicine. So it was designed from sort of the use that's going on inside and providing security. The door in the back is for the employee entrance into the pharmacy. All in all, from a site plan standpoint, if we could go back to that, please. Again, we plan on redoing, if you could zoom in, or if you have the other site plan, I gave a more architectural site plan, I think I emailed at some point to it where it blows up, but we're going to fix all of the sidewalks and the curbing and the dumpster that is existing there. We're going to rebuild that as well as they also need a generator for all of the coolers and refrigerators that they have in the pharmacy. So we're going to hide the generator back within that trash enclosure as well on the back side. So what you're seeing here as far as landscaping is conceptual, and we will bring that forward next with actual plant materials and what those are. But with that, I will take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any thoughts, guys? So there's
I'm excited about this. I would only say that I think you've missed an opportunity. I'm fine with how it looks. I think you've missed an opportunity because that corner is an important corner. So I need to see that wrap around, that facade wrap around that corner. It doesn't have to go all the way to the drive-through, but it talks about High Street and it talks about the swerve of that intersection. So you address that corner. And then the only other thing is if in fact, two things. I think we need to think about what we're doing with that, the dumpster generator. That's kind of clunky.
Okay.
So we need to focus on that. And then I would figure out how to articulate from the drive-through towards the alley with some kind of architectural element. Is that, are those trees, are those trellises, are there something that animates that facade to the street? Does that make sense?
No, that doesn't. Can you explain that a little bit further? I'm sorry.
So go see this here. So this is gonna wrap around to incorporate those two windows. So we got a corner. Then we come back, then we have this. These panels somehow articulate whether it's green or something, so it breaks up just that mass.
Yeah.
And it's welcoming from the street because that's a lot of street traffic there.
Understand.
Those are my only comments.
Yeah, it's a very visible facade that we shouldn't forget. I mean, High Street's important, but Star, I mean, there's residents there and you see it from High Street too. So I agree with that. And, you know, my other pieces are, you know, site related. I'm sure parking is tough and trying to maximize that as much as possible. You know, I would challenge if there's a way to kind of think about that, the streetscape experience along High, that you do have the parking there, that is there a way of not necessarily even overly screening it, but doing something that kind of makes that connection. This is a campus of these new buildings and some kind of site element that helps to make that connection. And are you able to get a little bit more breathing room to have the real estate to make that happen on property? Is it losing 2 parking spaces? I don't know. So, I mean, it's just something that you guys will have to evaluate, but is there an opportunity there? And then, you know, what is that treatment at the corner? What is that treatment along Star? And then I agree with the dumpster transformer that you can probably do some kind of cool screen element there that is a little bit more squared off or orthogonal to the building, but still allows that diagonal access connection you're going to need.
Okay.
So just my 2 comments, very similar, is I have both the dumpster enclosure and then the materiality of that. I think that's going to have a huge, you know, kind of impact on how you kind of end that mass. So appreciate kind of thinking ahead of capturing, you know, other utilities that are typically out in the lawn, you know, and really kind of making that kind of part of the architecture. Very helpful. Just appreciate obviously taking on the project. I think that's going to be just a huge, you know, positive win from a development perspective for the neighborhood. I would agree in terms of Jeff is the north elevation was the elevation that really just kind of caught my attention. So some of the thoughts of being able to, you know, possibly turn the corner, some of the thoughts of, you know, is there, you know, the black material or is there a piece of the black material that kind of, you know, pulls itself over to that side or pulls through in some manner? I couldn't really tell what that potential black material was, but I just.
Yes, it was black brick. We have black brick,
yeah.
All the way around.
Okay.
Then we're gonna do a hardy panel, kind of a bigger, not panel, siding with a bigger exposure. We have all the samples.
Okay.
Hard to interrupt you.
No, not at all. That's very helpful. That's
We need
definitely
to save at least a piece of the romance or.
Do you need that personally, or do you know?
Can I bring it to your house?
I think that idea, you know, that Jeff, you know, talked about as far as, you know, is there a way to think about the hardscape as it comes up to, or I should say the transition of where the hardscape is on that drive, on that north elevation. So instead of that being just a shotgun straight, you know, I know queuing is probably thought of thinking about it and picking up, but is there enough room to get maybe a bulge of the landscaping around that corner that allows you to have, you know, a little bit of green that serves as a buffer? that actually tries to help that elevation and balance what you're doing, so to speak, on the north side. So that's, and I'm talking about I meant the south elevation, not the north elevation. So, just those were my thoughts. So.
Okay.
We have entertained a little bit about on the medical center building, we have vinyl artwork that, is throughout the short north. So we have thought maybe to add something to the back of that with some potential artwork on that back, if that might be an option as well.
So I think it's very interesting because the residents across the street in the houses are very vocal about anything that's going on. So I would venture to say something that's planted and soft, that goes away from High Street versus bringing it around the corner. I think you'd be better off.
I've met with them already, so.
That's a good step. Very good step. I mean, because they're very sensitive. I mean, they've invested in those townhouses.
Yeah, they have been very.
And there's a lot of crazy stuff going on. And that's why we're so excited about this proposition, that it's not an extruded 30-story building.
Yeah.
On the corner.
And I think part of that, that doesn't have to be right up, I mean, I think there's something up against the building too, and how that's treated, but up at the street. And I think being very mindful of that streetscape on the property side, I think you can go a long way to help soften.
Graphics, I know that we're kind of placeholders now. It's your general feeling on the sort of macro graphics that we're showing in location. Should we?
The only thing that I would say to you is make sure you look at the regulations to see square footage and coverage.
Okay.
And the type of illumination and that type of materiality in that stuff.
Perfect.
And I don't see a problem.
I think there's too much on there, just off the top of my head. The short north design guidelines only allow so much signage.
That's good. I think you have, it's like, I think the only one that was kind of interesting that I remember participating in is because the building was on a corner. And so I think that there's a slight, if I remember correctly, or something like that.
There might be, I know there's some instances and Italian that they've done specific things for the corner conditions, but not.
I think what I would do, and this would be really nice, is figure out what that is. But this isn't actually sided. That's pulled off and it's actually a sculpture. So it's painted metal or something like that that's pulled off the building. So it sits within that parking lot between the two buildings. And it kind of works both ways.
So it would be more artwork as opposed to signage.
Yeah, landscaping artwork.
Because the way it is on the building, even though it's not the full art, it's considered signage, right?
Yeah, civil signage. Yeah.
Good feedback. Just on the dumpster enclosure, just more squared off versus the rotated and make it part of the building a little bit more.
I think so. I think it will.
I mean, those things are always an afterthought, and the more you look at people putting urban focus on them, the more refined they're getting.
Yeah.
And it's not because of the angle of where a truck has to come in. It's about the environment that it's in.
Okay.
And I just think everything else, that's just clunky.
I don't think it would be that if the building addition was probably not there, it's almost like it's so close. I think that's probably why you're probably getting that kind of reaction from some, but again, just appreciate, kind of working through that and looking at, the utilities and trying to really screen them. And then the materiality of that is, it's not a wood fence, there's.
No, I think we were masonry. It was gonna be a masonry with fence, wood fence, gates, obviously. And probably something more horizontal to match the horizontality of the party that's gonna go on the front facade.
I think there's potentially an opportunity there. I mean, again, it's so close to the building that look at that as part of the facade and it's helping breaking down the monotony of that south end especially.
Great feedback. So we will submit by 7 days.
Week from today.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Have a good weekend.
You too.
I try to if I can get out of here.
You're on the weekend already. No, it's bypass Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you don't get to complain.
Thursday, Friday.
All right, application number 12, which is our last one, is
Because I'm
871.
old.
This conceptual review is a two-story addition to the south side of the church with a rooftop terrace. East elevation addition will be completely submerged underground, covered with landscaping. Features originally the new curb cut was proposed on the park. We've revised the application, so it's the street perpendicular to it. That I don't remember that's name at the moment. Commissioners at the business meeting requested exterior materials. They would be okay with the notations on the drawings, but would prefer to see the cut product sheets for the materials proposed. It was noted that the plan wasn't clear. It doesn't match the elevation. A revised site plan would be helpful. Commissioners requested additional contextual photos. They would like to see how the proposed addition fit in the existing neighborhood. And the curb cut on Park Street was not supported by the commission at the business meeting. Commissioners should offer design feedback that can be used at a future hearing. Basis for staff recommendation, City Code 3116.13, and standards for site improvement, City Code 3116.11, standards for alteration.
Perfect, thank you. All right, could you state your names for the record and get you sworn in?
Needs to tell.
Thank you.
Craig Vanderdeen.
Okay, perfect. Do you guys agree to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yep.
Thank you. All right, so I'll turn it over to you guys and kind of walk us through and the proposal.
Sure, Craig Vanderdeen, architect on the project, and as you can see, obviously it's old Greek revival building that originally functioned as a church. In 1994, the building was actually converted, and there was a variance that was issued by the city for this to be used for general office, and that's what it's been since 1994. And as part of this project, we want to continue the use of it as a general office building, but we want to expand the use of it as general office and an upscale office in its place there. We obviously want to maintain the integrity of the original building as much as possible, and try to do something that is contextual with it and sympathetic with the new work without trying to match specifically what's already there. You can see some of the current use of the building inside the space functioning as office. Our goal then for this evening is really to get your feedback. Particularly, there's 3 items that we want some confirmation on. One is we are looking at doing a expansion on the height, going up an additional floor on the building. So actually increasing the roof. The second would be then doing an addition to the south side of the building. And then third, as discussed, was a curb cut, and we've actually revised that to now come off from First Street rather than Park Street. We understood and we heard from you at the last meeting that you did not want to see a curb cut on Park, but we're still wanting to make some sort of access from the street onto the site, rather than currently there's just parking that's tucked in on the south side of the building. And we'd like to provide some sort of ability to then allow for drop off for people that are using the building. And so we want to make that not necessarily take place on the street itself. The addition then to the south specifically does cover up the small little parking lot that's located on the south side, so it begins to conceal that. And so I think I'll stop right there. Probably ask questions.
All right, thank you. Anything else? Okay. All right, any feedback? So height addition as well as the curb cut. So I think that's the goal, is being able to at least touch on all of those. Again, guys, I wasn't at the business meeting, so I don't remember this project being proposed prior to that. So is that dialogue just happened only at the business meeting, and I think they were responsive to that?
Yes.
Okay, okay, perfect. All right, so now it's being shown off of First, in lieu of being shown off of Park. Okay, Any thoughts on the curb cut itself?
I'm against the curb cut. I think it talks about the program. If you need a curb cut, we got a problem. Especially on First Avenue with traffic and parking on either side of that street. It's gonna take away parking, but also I think we need to think about the scale. I remember when this went, we thought very, very, very carefully about allowing this to be office. And they basically said, we would be good neighbors. We're gonna retain the element of the temple. And when I see this, the amount of space that you're adding to this thing and the vocabulary and that neighborhood, it doesn't work with me. That's my opinion.
Makes sense. Well, no, I mean, obviously, I mean, you've been here for quite some time, so having some of that understanding of, some of the conversation related to, that change of use and such is very helpful. So, I agree. I think the curb cut just, it seemed a little strange. And just kind of given that sense of prominence where the building sits, the impact that it has to parking on First. Definitely understand it's even more significant on Park, so I understand why, that was being proposed. But the curb cut was challenging when I saw it too as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. On one hand, I'm trying to picture if that could be achieved to feel like a grand drop-off drive. But I think it just takes away so much from the experience, the historic experience of that arrival to the temple. And I wonder if you could even, curb cut there is so close to the intersection of First and Park. I'm not sure it could even work. It's such a tight space to get out, and with traffic concerns, I think that's a no-go.
And it was intended really to be just coming in and then to circle around, and we'd actually reverse that and allow then people to circle through and out back through the alley on the backside was kind of the direction. It wasn't intended by any means to be a grand entrance. In fact, I think just internally we talked about whether we do something like that maybe would be of pavers, so it's complementary with the neighborhood, but really kind of identify that as more of a smaller pace as opposed to current concrete walk that goes up to the temple.
It's kind of, so that whole idea of that drive is more suburban than anything else. I don't think we have a driveway entrance anywhere in the short north to a major building.
Not like this.
No.
It's a residential type of.
Yes,
And there are some examples of that, or maybe one example of that.
but those are existing curb cuts.
Yeah.
They weren't developed.
Yeah, right.
It's just kind of thinking too, just about the site is a little bit different too. The site, it's kind of up, it's up on a crest. So just kind of that whole notion, I think that's what's kind of interesting about this building is that it does have that sense of presence in itself.
temple.
And, but as you start to, kind of carve this thing away, it's, it almost it takes away from really that sense of presence that it currently has. So I think that's just the experience of that is just what I wanted to touch on. So, yeah. All right, Reed, is there anything, Reed?
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys have pretty summed it up fairly well. I mean, I will say, my initial reaction to this when I saw it was, the design is jarring. It was like, okay, this is different, right? So, that's, I think the proportions and the massing, as Jeff said, is a little off. I think that the newer, I guess some of the newer renderings are an improvement. I have concerns over the addition of a floor on top of it, I think that also, it just detracts. I mean, you approach that building from that corner, right? And so if you're trying to do that addition, I think that something can work, but that front corner really needs to maintain its integrity, in my opinion. I agree with the curb cut items too. I think this one especially from First Ave would be very distracting to the whole thing. I don't see a great necessity for that given its location, and certainly I just can't get on board with how that's executed. I mean, if I had to get on board, I'd say you go from Park Street, but I agree that that's not a great solution either. So, yeah, sorry.
So can you flesh that out just a little bit? So in terms of the addition itself there, because obviously we've positioned things up on the roof, sitting back, and also the addition itself on the south side, so that we maintain the prominence of the original building from the corner there.
I mean, you're taking a Greek revival building, which is inherently symmetrical, and tacking on this thing to the side, right? And then on top of it, right? And it's just, all of it just doesn't fit with the initial architecture of the building. If you're, I think what I would want to see is something, much more downscale on that side, but I don't think it's going to give you what you want in terms of space and, and those type of items. It needs to be something that the temple stands as the temple, and the addition blends, and almost becomes not noticeable. Particularly again, as you're approaching from that corner, where you've got the temple on the hill sort of thing, where it can be off to the side, and off that way where it's not taking over the building.
But I think we also have to say, this is a big building already without adding to it.
Yes.
I mean, it's not a given that you can, every building that's on a lot in an urban area, you have the ability to build on it. This is a big building already.
Yeah.
And it's a very special building architecturally.
Yeah, I mean, I should start from there. Like, if I had my choice, I would not add on to this building, right? So I'm trying to become a little way here.
So what if what's happening to the south felt like a completely different structure that you weren't tacking on, but it was its own thing?
Right. I think that's a lot. I think that's a lot on that corner. I think it's a lot in that neighborhood. We fight with this all the time. How far off High Street can you go?
I was just thinking about the program, and, as we start to pull south, I don't know really how far or how close that existing where that next property is, just with the program and the rooftop experience, and just trying to be sensitive to, the encroachment on that home that's there. It's really, what's nice about the siding is, it kind of sits within the lawn, what I mean? So it doesn't feel as intimidating.
It breathes and it respects
It does,
the neighborhood. And I think that's the nice thing about it. I think in all of these projects, whether it's a home or a business, when we start seeing the program overreach the capacity of the building, then we don't have a fit. And I think this isn't a good fit.
But I was gonna kind of get around to, just, regardless of the program appropriateness there, and just having more massing, more building function there, that's still a nice facade of the building. It's not like it's a forgotten piece. I mean, this is a complete building all the way around the existing structure. And so as soon as you put something else next to it, you're disturbing that very nice facade of the building. And so that's where I think more so challenge even having something right to the side, to the south.
I mean, if this building was on High Street, I would not even think twice, respecting the architecture, building up. But it's not on High Street, it's in a neighborhood. And I find it very hard to gain space unless I go down to keep the respect of the building and the neighborhood intact. That was on High Street, you could do 10 stories.
I think to kind of give you where I'm thinking, I actually saw recently an example of something that might give you some inspiration, but in Mount Auburn Cemetery in Cambridge, they had a crematory that was a church type structure. And they needed it to be more functional with more space to, use it more effectively. And I thought they did a very decent job about keeping that church or that space integrated while still being able to add on to a side of it and make it not even, noticeable and work. So I would look at that, and you might get something from that, but I think I think any other way, this just really has to get dialed back. And I think the other point that we got to remember, there's a house right on the other side of this. So we can't be going right up to the property line either. So I think that's the best I can give.
Does that help at all, or?
Well, it is helpful to have the feedback so I can understand. I don't know that I would necessarily, because obviously I've got a client here who's being very patient and listening, but also wanting to figure out how to get a program on this site. And part of that is with the attempt of submerging a portion of it in the front yard. But then the balance of it is trying to figure out just how that gets potentially accommodated. And I don't know that, from what I've heard, I've heard the massing to the one side, correct me if I'm wrong here, is too large still at this point. And likewise, though, B, the possibility of even going up also seems to be frowned upon. So I'm not figuring out then if I'm still trying to maintain within the box that exists there, which is basically saying we can't do anything in terms of any sort of addition that would be visible, from what I'm hearing, regardless of the style, regardless of, am I interpreting that wrong? Or, I mean, if we came back with 3 more designs, we'll still go down flamingly because it's still just, we don't want something that's that large.
I think that there could be a very sensitive design to the south.
Right.
But it would, as you say, it would have to be very dialed back, and the vocabulary would have to be incredibly sympathetic.
Yes. I definitely am not closing the door on it.
Yeah, I'm not either.
But way dialed back.
And I would challenge that it's not trying to be a literal addition to the building. It wants to, my mind, because it feel like something different. It wants to, you
Correct. It should
charge
look
down to the scale of the neighborhood and the houses nearby versus trying to match the scale of this important structure.
Absolutely.
Okay, I mean, that is some helpful feedback.
Let me just can we go to where are the photographs? Here, oh, wait a minute, keep going. Let me see.
I think everybody's so used to
No, okay, so the 25, keep going.
I do it
7. I'll put them just couple for.
Next time I might have to quiz you on what it
Well,
looks
no,
like.
because I'm trying to see that. There's one that has the south side. Go down, move down a little bit.
Would you
Oh,
look?
it's this. Can we pull up this one to make it bigger?
Yeah.
Look at this facade. It's beautiful.
It is.
It's probably the best facade on this whole building, and it's facing the neighbor. Now, I could see something that pulls it out somewhat, not out to the sideline, but something that talks about that bay and extending it. That's the only thing I see is a possibility.
That building's also so much about symmetry from from Park that I think that's.
I mean, I think it's a toughie.
Do we have any issue with going subterranean? Is there any-
You could go subterranean. For me, I'd be fine.
Go all day underneath as long as you're, sensitive to what happens.
Sure, yeah.
Preservation of that.
Be a Roman bath.
Lawn, yeah.
Do the whole lot. They do it in London all the time.
Would be lovely. And then going up at all,
On the existing structure?
The existing
Yeah.
structure, I don't.
Yeah.
Just question, like, just when you think about that, is there a space just in the existing architecture in that roof cavity that's not being used? Like, so right now, in terms of what's being celebrated, like, I guess if I start thinking about the section of the building, is there an opportunity to be able to get that program introduced in the restructuring of that kind of cavity, roof cavity space?
So
if it exists.
what I would say is right now, the current roof cavity, there is some roof cavity up there right now, but by the time we get closer to the perimeter, it's not head height.
Okay.
And when that roof at some point then was also replaced, because there originally would have been some sort of a skylight on that building that illuminated the barrel vault. That has been covered up, and there's some very bad fluorescent light fixtures that are incorporated just to backlight that. And one of the thoughts in this process was actually to provide then that new kind of glass piece over it to allow natural light to get into that, as well as illuminate then the spaces that we're trying to incorporate in there.
So, and just, I don't know, I just kind of working through the section in terms of, if the current height that's being shown in some of those renditions, is that truly what's necessary to do some of those things? Is there a way to be able to, that element still be introduced, but it's not as prominent maybe in some of the renderings that you currently offer? I don't know. I think the team is kind of reacting maybe to the rendering and its dominance. So how can you get the quality enhancement of the quality of the interior space that you're looking for that may not be as dominant of a solution?
And I don't know if if that massing, if it's possible for it to step in and maybe at that point where you really don't perceive it or barely perceive it from the street looking back up, that it's hidden from you from the main roof line and edge of the building, that maybe that could fly.
Yeah,
I agree with all that.
We can take a look at that from a programmatic standpoint in terms of specifically what program items need to be potentially in that layer, and then whether there's an opportunity to bring that profile down a little bit.
Anything else that we can help you guys with?
No, those are really the main things. I mean, it really was a conceptual review. We knew that it's kind of an iconic form, and it's a challenge to add to that. And yet we've seen a number of places where there are some pretty nice additions that have been done that are completely not in Victorian Village, but in other locations where you do a pretty cool addition to a very nice old historic structure.
Sure.
And I agree with that wholeheartedly. I think the site conditions were just really, really tricky here.
No question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Very good.
Well, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
And good luck, you guys. See you when you come back.
Yeah, and as a reminder, you have a week from today, if you want to submit for August, if you need to take more time and get on the September agenda, you don't have that extra week.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
So we didn't have to come back. We got to come back to number
We
2.
need to continue that due to the absence of the applicant.
Okay.
I'm hoping this isn't one of the situations that they thought that, oh, we thought we just approved that meeting. So that's always a little awkward.
Oh, were they there at the meeting too, or?
No, that, some people think that, actually the business meeting, it's just, they don't need to show up, that we'll still discuss it.
I see.
Approve it.
Is there a motion to continue, number 2?
Motion for BB 22-06 -014 77 to 79 West Hubbard Avenue to continue.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion to adjourn, if there's anything else, is there anything
No
else?
additional topics from staff.
Okay. Motion to adjourn? Second.
Awesome.